Alright, let's get a new game. Tutorial on, sure. Commentary, no thank you. The following documents are taken from the handwritten notes of Trilby, an STP field operative whose real name remains classified. Game over. We already lost. Oh. Okay, so this is the end of the first game. That was what I thought. As I stood and watched a faux manor collapse into flaming ash. The ordeal was over. Those 5 days cost us all so much. Philip and AJ paid with their lives. They were the fortunate ones. Jim Fowler was expelled from school for truancy, a bright future in tatters. Simone Taylor took to the bottle. Her broadcast became slurred, her eyes hollow and unwelcoming. She soon vanished from television screens. As for me, I tried to return to life as a cat burglar, but I had been forever tainted by my time spent in that wretched house. The memories of my possession came back in my nightmares. Every night I was there again, in the mansion, staring out through unfamiliar eyes, as Philip died at my hands. I became convinced that John Defoe was not at rest, that someday he would return for me. I became so terrified of invisible enemies that I forgot about the tangible ones. Trilby caught! Infamous thief captured. In police sting, says the Daily Herald. 2 slow, miserable years after Defoe Manor, a barrage of truncheon blows taught me a harsh lesson in reality, and I woke up in the kind of filthy cell I assumed would be my new home. But then he came, the man from the government with his nervous smile, offering an alternative. The STP, the Special Talent Project. It hadn't been that much earlier that I would have sooner died than entered an obligation with anyone, least of all the government. Had Defoe Manor changed me so much? Whatever my reasons, I left my past behind and resolved to give my new superiors nothing to complain about. I spent 1.5 years completing assignments, developing contacts, building a reputation. And then the past caught up. In the summer of 1997, I became concerned about Simone Taylor's mental well-being. The papers were reporting her continual breakdown, and she had become a virtual recluse. I had no idea if my appearance would assist or hinder. I had, after all, deliberately allowed her to think me dead. Presumably, she knew differently now after the media coverage of my arrest, but I would expect her to be bitter about my subterfuge. On balance, I decided that a meeting with an old friend would most likely be beneficial. I came to her apartment building on a warm, stormy night and braced myself for the encounter. Use the cursor keys to move. Tap once to start moving, tap again to stop. To give a command, just start typing it and the text box will appear. Use simple sentences like look around or knock on door. The question mark symbol signifies the game expects input. When it is visible, you are free to move and issue commands. Thank you, game. Oh, it's a dark and stormy night. All right, let's look. What do I do next? Look around, please. Simone's apartment building was gripped by a thick smell of musty, unwashed carpets. It perplexed me that a celebrity would choose to live in such low-rent accommodation. Man, this font is not the best. Can we save? Oh, now there's mouse control? Okay. All right. Look, carpet. Look at carpet. Look, wall. I stared blankly. Look at myself. I felt almost naked without my blazer, but it was impractical during the summer months. What do we are carrying anything? Oh yes, we have lockpicks. Okay. Look, lockpicks. I still carried lockpicks with me wherever I went. The STP had offered to supply any number of sophisticated infiltration tools, but I was only comfortable with picks. Oh, you know what? Remember in Quest for Glory, you can like lockpick your nose? Can we do that here? Unlock nose. I don't understand the word nose, so I'll do that. Pick me. I doubted I could have taken that with me. Oh. All right, fine. Look light. I stared blankly. All right. Open door. Basic security measures ensured that was impossible. What about the other door? Open door. Okay, so they're both locked. All right, so let's unlock the door with the lockpicks. Even if I were still a thief, I only ever broke into wealthy homes. Really? Push door? I couldn't do that just then. Pull the door. I wasn't sure how to. Jeez. Oh, pick nose? Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't understand the word nose. All right. Look window. A summer storm was raging outside. Light rain pattered against the glass, the gentle noise punctuated by rumbles of coarse thunder. Open window. I preferred to keep the weather outside, where it belonged. Fair enough, you lose then. All right, go downstairs then. Wow, okay. Walk downstairs. I curbed my reluctance. I had every intention of visiting Simone today. Oh, I see. So that was her I see. Okay, so that was her apartment, and now we're here. All right. Knock on door. I had no business with Simone's neighbor. Well, I didn't know which one was hers. Come on. I knocked sharply upon Simone's door. Press F3 to recall your last command. Thank you. All right. I guess that means we got to knock on it again. Receiving no reply, I knocked again, louder. Still no response. The doorman had assured me Simone was in. I decided it was time to enter by my own methods. Press tab or type in to view your inventory. Press tab again to close it. All right, well, we already did that. So unlock door. I reasoned that Simone could have been in trouble, and even if she wasn't, then at worst I was only playing to my reputation. I spent a few minutes feverishly picking the lock, then let myself in. Whoa, inclusus. Thank you, Inkle.
I decided to donate some money to a local streamer. What did I do next?
I guess you received my heartfelt thanks and gratitude. Thank you, Inkle, for the $50 tip. Appreciate it. Thank you, Inkle. We'll add another viewer pick to your backlog of picks and so forth. Maybe you can pick some locks as well. Thank you very much, Inkle. Appreciate it. Oh, and we're in. Okay. It looks like it's dark. Simone's bedroom light refused to turn on. I stood in pitch darkness, the intermediate flashes of lightning preventing my eyes from adjusting. Yes, what's that blue thing here? Okay, so I can't turn on lamp or anything. I'd already tried the switch when I came in. It didn't work. How about the window? The storm continued outside. I wondered why only part of the light was entering the room. There's probably like a shade there. Lift, shade. I don't understand the word lift. Raise, shade. Is there a shade here? It was too dark to see anything. Okay. Can we open the window? I had no intention of filling the room with wind and rain. God damn it. Are there blinds, maybe? Too dark to see anything. Raise blinds. No, you don't know raise. Open blinds? I pulled open the blind. There we go. Uh-oh, Simone. Okay. I think I saw a corpse there. Look. Simone. It was too dark to see anything. Oh, boy. Look, body. The body on the floor was undoubtedly Simone. I felt for a pulse and my hands came away stained with long, cooled blood. My fingers traced the outline of a large wound in her torso, slashed by a big weapon wielded by a big assailant. I called for an ambulance, as futile as it would be, and left before they arrived. Due to me being a clear murder suspect, I was relieved from duty for the week it took for the Ministry of Occultism to inspect the flat and confirm supernatural activity. My superiors simultaneously apologized and assigned me to investigate if there was a connection to the Defoe Manor incident. Merely reading those 3 words, capitalized on the front of a loose-leaf file, brought the nightmares back with more intensity than ever. Sure enough, a field agent reported that looters had discovered and sold several artifacts from the mansion, including the wooden idol that housed John Defoe's soul. To my surprise, no murders had been reported or committed by anyone who had come into contact with the accursed trinket. I did not find this reassuring. I quickly advised James Fowler to go into hiding. He was stunned, but agreed. The boy had sense and still respected my judgment. This done, I began following the idol's trail. From the pawn shop, it had entered the possession of one Professor Abed Shahat, an authoritative historian. He had scheduled some kind of antique fair in the Clanbronwyn Hotel on a small island off the coast of Anglesey, popular with tourists. Assuming the role of a scholar of antiquities, I booked a room. On the 28th of July, 1997, I caught a ferry from Porthalchug in Anglesey and arrived at around 3 p.m. in Clanbronwyn's island coastal village. It seemed a peaceful hamlet, and in defiance of stereotype, the locals were welcoming, and told me no local legends to dissuade me from exploring the island. Right, yeah, you mentioned the whole game apparently takes place in Wales. Yeah, you mentioned off the top about the Welsh, yeah. The Clanbronwyn Hotel was in the island's center, surrounded by forest. I made my way there on foot. You're Trilby, right? Whoops, shit. That depends. My name is Lankman. I'm with the Ministry of Occultism. Oh? I thought the Ministry were clear on the fact that I was handling this on my own? Maybe there are still people who don't trust you, Mr. Trilby. What? I haven't stolen anything since I joined the STP. Your colorful past is not what concerns my superiors. It hasn't gone unnoticed that your history with the Defoe Wraith influences you psychologically. I'm sure you resist it, but it could still cause you to act irrationally, disobey orders. Everyone just feels a little safer with someone else on the ground. I see. You can rest assured that I will endeavor to maintain absolute professionalism on this assignment. Nevertheless, I have my orders. I would suggest we keep out of each other's way, then, and pursue separate investigations. I'm sure I don't want to get mixed up in a reunion. I watched him disappear around the corner of the building. I very much doubted that Lankman and I would become friends. The Clanbronwyn Hotel lobby was a warm welcome. The building was certainly well maintained, and yet there was something about it that nagged at the back of my mind, quickening my pulse. As a helicopter flew overhead, I dismissed the sensation, an act which, in retrospect, I would come to regret. Good evening, Terence Railby. I have a reservation. Ah, yes, you're here for the antique fair. We've put you in room 3C on the 3rd floor, if you'd just like to sign the check-in book. I would not. Hello, Bethan. Just letting you know I'll be having dinner in my room today. That's absolutely fine, Professor. This, I decided, was what they called a golden opportunity. Professor Shahal? Yes? I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. Railby, Terence Railby. We met at Sotheby's a few months ago. Oh, you don't remember me? No, of course I do. Terry Railby, how have you been? The astute reader has already guessed that both Terence Railby and the previous meeting were utter fiction. I had spent some time studying Shahal's... Wait, is that actually what his name is? Is it Shahat or Shahal? I don't know. I can't tell with this font. I think it is. That's an L, yeah, because then there's later a T. Okay, so it's Shahal. Studying Shahal's movements and habits. He was, by all accounts, absent-minded, and that was something I could use. I'm well, thanks. I was hoping I'd run into you. I've heard interesting things about the items you're showcasing here. You remember I do freelance scouting for some wealthy collectors? Yes. Well, a client of mine has expressed an interest in relics from Defoe Manor in Buckinghamshire. Cheer. Buckinghamshire. He's been on my back for a while about it. Between you and me, he seems pretty obsessed. What remained of Professor Shah's suspicion melted away from his expression as the opportunity to make money entered the conversation.
Well, I'm sure I wouldn't want to damage your professional status. Would you like to come to my room for drinks?
Oh, I don't want to impose.
No imposition at all. Please, follow me.
Your room key, Mr. Albee. Ah, thank you. Please lead the way, Professor. A bed? Who's your friend?
Oh, let me introduce you. This is my personal assistant, Shaban. She accompanies me on most of my excursions. Shaban, this is Mr. Railby, an old acquaintance. He's looking for information on Defoe Manor artifacts.
Oh, really? Him and half the people we meet. What is it about that place?
Never underestimate the attraction of a mystery, my dear. Please take a seat, Terry. I'll be right with you.
So, interested in ghost stories? The girl struck me as a forceful personality. I gave the matter some thought before replying. Not really. I'm just scouting on behalf of a client, like I told the professor. You know, it's strange to see someone as young as you in the antiques trade. And come to think of it, I thought only old men dressed like that. No offense meant. None taken. I didn't catch your last name. It's Damali.
Shobin Damali?
Couldn't be more Irish if I tried, could it?
Sorry to keep you waiting, dear boy. Now then, what shall we talk about?
When talking to characters, you must specify a topic of conversation. Okay, sorry, my phone is blowing up here. There are usually several things each character is willing to discuss. For example, try typing "talk to a bed about Defoe Manor." Okay, hang on. Oh, damn. Okay. All right, so let's get another save in here since. So where are we at the hotel, I believe? Okay. Let's just look first. The hotel room was pleasant, but had apparently been built in the times before ensuite bathrooms. The sofa and bed were competing pinks. A small desk was provided, and a television sat on the opposite counter. It was very pink and very tightly stuffed. Look, bed. A chintzy double bed occupied the corner of the room, either unused or recently made. What to be? A color television was mounted on the counter, angled towards the bed for comfortable viewing. Chavorn. Oh, it's pronounced Chavorn. Thank you. I'm actually trying to think, because I think I saw either a movie or a TV show recently where someone had that name. And I think they called it, I think it was Shaban, but no, it's really Chavorn. Okay, interesting. Yeah, actually, in the miniseries, Kate of Mayertown. Kate, what was her name? Oh no, Kate Winslet was in it. Mayor of Easttown. Okay, that was the name of the show. And then yeah, she had a daughter who she called Shaban, but which was spelled, I guess, the same way. But okay, it's Chavorn. Thank you. It is bagel. It is. Okay. Let's look phone. A simple white telephone was positioned by the bed. The hotel provided 2 services. Both were empty of the professor's personal artifacts. He was clearly a man who enjoyed traveling light. Maybe you're just too lazy to animate or draw additional stuff. The weather on Clan Bronwyn Island was very pleasant in the summer. The sunlight beat down through an unobstructed sky. Professor Shahal struck me as a likable man, a good-humored scholar with an old-fashioned outlook. For his status, I considered his style of dress eccentric in its casualness. And then Chaborn. Chaborn Oh, it's O'Malley, but without an apostrophe. That's strange. And then the M is lowercase. That's weird. She struck me as a somewhat tomboyish young woman with an unreserved attitude. She was watching me with an odd half smile on her face. Okay, ask Professor about himself. What have you been up to lately, Professor?
Oh, do call me a bed. I'm doing a little lecture tour on famous antique collections at the moment, taking me all over the place. I was only able to attend this fair because I'm speaking at Bangor on Monday.
I see. Okay, ask, what's her face? How did you come to work for the professor? I was a student of antiquities studying under him at Warwick University. He offered me the chance to supplement my studies.
She was very talented.
Can we ask her about her studies? You don't understand the word studies. Warwick University. Oops, forgot the U there. Maybe I'm typing too fast. No, okay. Hold on, I missed what the professor said again. A bed. Lecture tour. Antique collections. You're speaking at Bangor. Okay. Bangor. Antiques. All right, so there might not be so much about. Looks like it's limited. Okay, definitely limited. We got lockpicks. Okay. Can we turn on the TV? Theater, yes. Movies at a pinch, but television was where I drew the line. Okay. Make phone call. Use phone. Predictably, the line was dead. Oh, really? Open window. Whoops. This was not my room, and airing it out was not my duty. Sleep on bed. Perhaps I should try rephrasing that. Sleep. Wow. Lie down on bed. I had my own room with my own bed for that purpose. Put feet on table. Can we take the table? I doubted I could have taken that with me. Okay. Can we just say talk to Shaborn? I need to be more specific and talk to one of them about something. All right. Ask Shaborn about the professor. I thought it impolite to discuss someone with someone else while they were still in the room. Okay. How about myself? About me? I didn't consider that subject relevant. What keywords have we missed? Oh, antiquities rather than antiques, maybe? You don't know the word antiquities. How about the hotel? Have you been staying here long?
No, I just arrived yesterday.
We'd really like to see more of the island, but we'll probably have to leave right after the fair. The fair, huh? You don't know the word fair. Island. Okay, so the island and hotel are the same. Oh, wow, that's so it doesn't matter who you ask, they both respond the same. All right, now I have to remember, what did I want to talk to him about? A chance to make money about something? I can't even remember now. What if I stand up? I had not finished with the professor yet. Okay, what about the manor? So, I understand you came into possession of artifacts from Defoe Manor.
Yes, indeed, and it was astonishing to me that such artifacts existed at all. The whole place burned to the ground. Did you hear about the Defoe Manor incident?
I was experiencing a sick feeling that I had not felt for quite some time. The last I had felt it was while standing at the gates of another country mansion, not long after Defoe Manor, preparing to break in. Recalling those 5 wretched days turned my stomach with fear, turning what had once been the joy of thievery into an exercise in anxiety. Discussing it brought that feeling back, the act of feigning ignorance, while visions of welding masks and machetes flooded my mind's eye. worsened them. I heard something on the news.
And it's been on the news again lately since that Taylor woman died. A lot of silly talk about the paranormal has been abound, so the true facts are near unreachable. But the point is, some enterprising fellows picked up one or two undamaged items from the ruins. Furniture, books, an ugly little tribal figurine. And I took them off their hands, purely out of curiosity, of course. So, were there any particular items your client is interested in?
Oh, yes, that idol. Professor. Tell me, does a huge man in a welding mask and leather apron mean anything to you?
Not really, should it?
Never mind. It's a small African figurine that my client wants me to look into, resembling a rather ugly tribal god.
That old thing? Honestly, despite its age, it's virtually valueless.
That's what I said, but my client is very insistent. He's interested in the paranormal, and the idol features in some of the more unlikely accounts of the Defoe Manor incident.
Well, I don't suppose I should ask questions if this man of yours wants to take it off my hands.
Hey, Zen.
I don't have it on me right now. It's being kept in the hotel safe. Perhaps we can work out a deal after the fair. I had intended to display it with the other Defoe artifacts.
Inwardly, I just wanted to get this mission completed as fast as possible, but I didn't want to risk suspicion or giving off the wrong impression. No, indeed not. That will be fine. So, just out of interest, what else have you picked up from the mansion?
Odds and ends, basically. Some silverware and ceramics, most of a burnt rocking chair. And the painting, of course.
Painting?
A landscape from a wall in the mansion's lounge. Of little artistic value, but the artist features prominently in Defoe Manor's colorful history.
Matthew Defoe?
That's him, yes. Bethan, she runs the hotel, she asked if she could display it in the lobby.
Instantly I recalled the sick feeling I had felt in the lobby. I had seen the painting, but I had paid it little heed. Oh. Are you all right, Mr. Albee? You've gone rather pale. What? I'm sorry, I was just distracted by my thoughts for a moment.
Lost in history,
eh? Something like that. Mr. Albee, what the hell was that?
What the hell was what? You were just sitting there, then you went all stiff like you'd seen a ghost.
You didn't see it? See what, Mr. Albee? I'm sorry, I have to go. Something's wrong.
Oh, well, we won't keep you then.
We'll see you later, maybe. No, you won't. My head was spinning and a sudden nausea churned in my gut. The world seemed to be pulsating, the corners of the room wavering like a heat haze. Oh boy. His body is here, his soul is not. You may say I imagined these things, and I thought that must have been the case. Was I going out of my mind? I might have to raise this so you can... Was I the only one who could see it? If I was hallucinating, it was too complex. The harsh wooden floor beneath my feet felt real enough. The horrendous stench of rotting flesh that reached my nostrils could not have been conjured by my imagination. I decided I had to find John Defoe's idol as soon as possible. If not that, then at least the painting Shahal had mentioned. I was convinced that some connection lay between Defoe Manor and this sudden madness. All right, let's get another save here. Can you guys hear the whispering, by the way? I just want to make sure that the noise gate isn't completely suppressing it. Sickly yellow paint was peeling from the walls, and splatters of blood spelled out mystifying phrases. Remarkably, the door seemed intact. Okay, good, thank you. The graffiti read, "His body is here, his soul is not." I wondered if this was referring to John Defoe. Interesting. Okay, that's the same. Look, doors. It was the door to Professor Shahal's room, or at least it had been. Is there a hole here? I stared blankly. Okay. Open door. This door was stuck shut. Kick the door open. I prefer to leave violence for the last resort. Well, this is the last resort. To see. This door was also stuck shut. Okay. The panes were cracked and blood-stained, and wooden boards blocked the view, apparently nailed haphazardly on from outside. Really? I can't see them. The boards were too firmly nailed on to remove. Oh, that's too bad. Alright, so I guess we'll go out here. Hey, Zohaku. Poopsie. Poopsie. The stairwell was built from old concrete, and a thick smell of damp filled the air. I stared blankly. Alright, should we go upstairs? Let's go upstairs, I guess, before we go down. Also, can we die? That would be tremendous. No, you can't. Okay. Blood seemed to be running down the stairs as if someone had attempted to descend them while bleeding out with increasing speed. Oh, lovely. How do I can't walk from behind the stairs. Oh man, this is bad. Keep on walking right. Okay, diagonals don't work. Okay, so the same description. We got man, not Max. I wasn't close enough. The door was stuck shut. I couldn't even begin to decipher the meaning of the words. Man? Not man? What the hell did it mean? Can we look cross? No. Or crucifix, maybe? Ooh, we got into a room. Chzo loves me. Love me. Oh, this is my room. Had slipped into the shadow world. The walls and floors were filthy, and the furniture had been replaced with instruments of suffering. I saw once more the strange word I'd seen on the wall in a bedroom, this time followed by the words, love me. Love me, say that you love me. A bloodstained stone altar replaced the bed. Okay. Can I look on the bed? No. A rickety metal table stood here, clean and devoid of horrors. Presumably this room was not used often. There were still soft furnishings in this horrible environment, even if they were rotting and broken. All was dark outside the window, either through nailed-up boards or thick grime on the pane. I couldn't pick that open. It looks like there's something on the altar, that thing. Lie on the altar? The altar was almost certainly much less comfortable than the bed had been. Fair enough. Okay, sit on the sofa. I didn't want to think about what I could pick up from touching that. Alright. Can we look behind the altar? No, you don't know that we're behind. Look under altar? No. Alright, doesn't look like we can do much here, at least not at the moment. And we can't open the window? No, too firmly on. We tried. I don't even know if I tried entering this room. This door. Stuck shut. Okay. So our room looks useless. Oh, lovely. Bring her back. Oh, what did it say? Strangely, there was some kind of dismembered porcelain dummy mounted to one of the walls. It looked like some kind of porcelain mannequin, but with bits missing. I couldn't see how it was attached to the wall. Can I move the dummy? It was stuck firmly to the wall, and besides, I didn't want to carry that around. So you didn't want to take it either. Okay. Look, blood. Blood seemed to be running down the stairs. Okay, that's the same thing. The words "bring her back" were spelt out on the north wall for unknown reasons. I wonder if we should take notes on that. So we got "bring her back." Chzo loves me. Okay. Yeah, that's all you're all about, sitting on sofas. Oh my god, why is this so hard to walk around in? This is like Stair Quest all over again, except I guess you can't fall. Jeez.
Run.
Although I haven't played Star Quest, but I'm turning this thing like Sierra Stairs, you know? Okay, so what is that? Look, floor? Oh, I can't even look at this stuff. Is it papers? Oops. I wasn't close enough. They appear to be entries from a diary. July 18th. Felicia and I took shelter from the storm in a decrepit old hotel in the forest. It seems to be completely deserted, so we bedded down on the floor of the lobby for the night. It is so peaceful here. The noise of the storm seems far away. July 19th. Exploring the hotel, it has become increasingly clear that the place is not as innocent as it first seemed. We found ancient corpses and evidence of terrible deeds in several of the rooms. The storm is cleared and we intend to leave as soon as possible. July 20th. I am certain now that devilry is at work. Every path we take through the forest brings us back to the hotel. We spent a whole day trying routes to no avail. Felicia keeps talking of a demon she fancies she saw in the hotel kitchen last night. July 21st. Felicia is dead. I was too late to help her. I saw her murderer just as she did. Perhaps I will be next. I am beginning to understand. Wasn't it better than to just sleep in the forest? July 23rd. The murderous figure is in black, the one whose body is savagely stretched into a mockery of the form, is not the architect of this nightmare. Rather, this is the work of that hideous lord of the Forbidden Lands. Gods forgive me. July 25th. I built a shrine to my captor in the lobby, in an attempt to appease it. Nothing has changed. I have no more food. The horror is starting to affect my mind. July 28th. I am certain my mind is glowing. I imagined for a moment that the hotel had changed, had become finely decorated and welcoming as it must have once been in the past. I blinked, and it returned to its normal, hateful self. The next few pages were sprinkled with blood, obscuring some of the text. August 1st. What is his relationship to that disgusting beast? Is he a servant or a prisoner? Sometimes he acts alone, sometimes at the behest of a higher power. What does he want from me? I don't know. August 3rd. He is after me now. I think I must have done one thing wrong. August 4th. It hurts. That was the last readable entry. I decided not to take them with me. They were covered in blood and all stuck together. Ooh, lovely. Hey, how's it going, Pudding? So is that a body there? I can't see what that is. The body was that of a young muscular man, I hazarded, and was wearing some kind of old-fashioned military uniform, complete with blue tunic and riding boots. More to the point, his head was missing, and his hands were worn down to bloody wads of flesh and bone. I noticed a collection of handwritten pages in the floor near his body. Can we search the body? Is it? No, it's the same thing. Can I take his tunic and riding boots? How about the hands? I felt almost naked without my blazer, but it was impractical during this. Oh, okay. So it doesn't look like you can do anything there. The corpse had apparently spent his last few moments of life making graffiti. Was he responsible for all the messages I had seen so far? Probably. Okay. The lobby, too, had been tainted, and the painting I sought was absent. Presumably, it only existed in the hotel's normal form. If that was the case, I needed to find a way back there, or dispel the hallucination, if this truly was all in my mind. At this stage, I was beginning to wonder if this really was all John Defoe's doing. It didn't seem his style, somehow, but what other evil could possibly be the culprit? I don't know. The entrance room of the alternative Clan Wanbrin Hotel at least retained the basic shape of a lobby in that the pigeonholes remained, and an altar about the right size and shape for a reception counter. Yeah, look at the body on that. There was some kind of waist-high stone altar on which some poor wretch had underwent some kind of sacrificial ritual. Someone had been tied down to the altar, flayed, and had their innards removed. By the looks of the horrible claw marks and broken fingernails, they had been alive at least partway into the procedure. Yikes. The pigeonholes. Some of the pigeonholes contained disembodied organs and entrails, which presumably belonged inside the creature on the altar. Yikes. Can I take the organs? They were still wet with blood and would have ruined my suit. Okay. A pentagram had been scrawled on the north wall, and a cow's skull had been nailed in place over it. Oh, no, not. It seemed to be some kind of offering. Oh, no. A bovine offering? I opted to leave it alone. Perhaps it was all that prevented my destruction at the hands of restless devils. Perhaps. Okay, look, doors. The glass had been smashed out of the windows in the front door, and a familiar plague cross was smeared onto the door to the manager's office. Ah, okay, so that cross is a plague cross. So I shouldn't go in here. The office door was locked. Unlocked door. I had encountered far stronger locks in my time. I picked it open within 10 minutes. All right. Pain. The room was tiny, and the absence of ventilation made the air very stuffy and thick. The only features were a safe and a table. Pain. Okay. Look, blood. I could somewhat sympathize with the clandestine graffiti artist. Table. There was a rickety metal table with nothing on it save the prerequisite blood spots. Oh, and there's the safe, which has the idol in it, maybe. It almost looked like some creature had exploded inside the safe, and the blood had shot out through the cracks around the door. Open the safe. I wasn't close enough. The door appeared to be jammed shut. This came as something of a relief. Okay. We don't want to get in there? Okay. So I can't even pick it. Alright. Nothing else here then. Now, can we leave is the question. Yes. The hotel's exterior was as corrupted as its interior. The ground beneath my feet was hard, red, and gritty like desiccated clay. Oh, you don't know the word poles? Skulls? The two heads on the right were decayed down to their skulls, but the one on the left was very much fresh, its features made unfamiliar by the torment it had undergone. So that might be the head of the guy who wrote the diary, whose body is on the floor by the stairs. I was loath to even go near them. All the windows were boarded up. The alternate hotel appeared to have been abandoned by everything but the horror. Okay. Let's go to the left. The corruption of the hotel seemed to extend for miles in every direction. Even the sky's rusty hues seemed threatening. Taking a closer look, I noticed that there were several knotholes in the fence. The holes were big enough to offer a view of the area beyond if I could just get closer. So where are the knotholes? Is there one here by the bluff? Blood dotted the fence in places as if people had been systematically executed against it. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a barren expanse of harsh ground, furnished with broken piles of rusting metal furniture. Well, that's not too exciting. Can I push the fence here? That didn't make sense to me. Any different view? No. Tree. The path to the west led into a dense forest, populated with leafless and charred dead trees. Okay. Sky. Okay. Alright, so we might get lost if we go here, but let's just see. Okay, the fence continues. Oh, did this just loop? On the east exterior wall was a bent and extremely unsafe looking fire escape. Shaking it closer. Okay, we got more knot holes. I assume it's the same, but let's see. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a small enclosed yard with some kind of hideous sacrificial altar. I stared blankly. The path to the east. Okay, that's the same. How about the fire escape? It may once have been a usable fire escape, but it was now so rusted and bent with metal fatigue that the slightest pressure would probably bring it crashing down. Can we climb the fence? The fence was too tall and sturdy for that. Can we run through the fence? The fence, okay, no. Leisure Suit Larry 2. Oh, that's right, yes. I think that was in an alley, right? By the convenience store. How you wish you were one of them. Nice. Alright, so we got a fire escape. How about that window there? I stared blankly. Okay, so it does loop. It does loop around. Interesting. Alright, there is a place we can go inside. Is that a body there coming out of the window? No. Alright. So it doesn't look like, yeah. Or I guess I didn't try going south, but I assume we can't escape. We'll try it again if we go back there. Torn wallpaper, bleeding walls, decay and disuse. This room contained the alternate hotel's tradition. The door to the bar had fallen off one of its hinges, probably bashed in at some point in the past. Ooh, there's a working arcade machine there. Perhaps the alternative hotel bar had been like the real one at some point in the past, but it had long since fallen into disarray and appeared to have been used for some very sinister purposes. In keeping with the alternate hotel's theme, the furniture looked like someone had been hurled against them with such absolutely fatal force. Lying on the bar, in a pool of gore, was a pair of long-nosed pliers. I wondered as to their purpose here, then decided I didn't want to consider it. Alright, let's take the pliers. I wasn't close enough. Look, paintings? The left poster was some kind of portrait of the strange masked figure I had glimpsed in the hotel. The middle poster was blank. The third was smashed. Can I take any of the posters? I didn't want those nasty things. It appeared to be damaged, with the front plate ajar and frayed wires emerging from the rear. Strangely, though, the screen was active and flashing blankly. Can we play the machine? Even if it were in fully working order, I had far better things I could have been doing. I wanted to look at the screen at least. I don't understand the word screen. Great. Alright, let's take these pliers. They were rusty, but functional. I took them with me. Smashed and boarded up like nearly all the windows I had found. This one was heavily bloodstained, as if some poor wretch had been thrown into it. No, look, blood. I stare blankly. Look, bar. So what's, counter maybe? No. Stools. Stuffing bled from the 3 bar stools, apparently each one methodically slashed with a sharp blade. Interesting. Oh, that's a good answer, Fox. Yeah, probably Polybius. I don't understand the word. I had no intention of sitting on any furniture in this twisted place. So is that like... Oh, it's not like a kitchen. I know that's like the bar itself, but... Are there any like taps here? No. Any bottles we could get? All the glasses had been reduced to shards by some past act of violence. I could only imagine. Alright. Anything on the floor? No. That would have been futile. There was no escape there. Okay. Can we move the poster? I couldn't do that just then. Can we tear the poster? I prefer to leave violence for the last resort. All right, all right. Can we move the move poster? I wasn't sure how to. Really? Hold the poster. Push the poster. Roll poster. Didn't understand the word roll. All right, well, we got pliers. Let's get a new save. Okay. Oh boy. It had probably once been a dining room, judging by the number of tables. There were a total of 4 exits to adjoining rooms. Awesome. The tables were universally hidden under tablecloths, yellowed and stinking with age. There was a plate of rancid meat on the center one, adding its evil stench to the air. There was an arrangement of uncooked meat with ribs sticking out on the center table that seemed to be attracting insects beautifully. I tried not to think about what kind of meat it was. I'll eat the meat. The fetid stink of decay was already making me retch. Consuming the stuff was just unthinkable. Can we take the meat? I wasn't close enough. I tore off a lump of meat to take with me. If I came up against anything hostile and carnivorous in this place, it would help to have something other than myself to offer it. Agreed. So it feeds, it feeds. The body had been completely flayed and still glistened wetly with blood. The hands and one of the feet were held in place around the door with 6-inch nails. Oh, can I take the nails? That'd be great. The nails were hammered in extremely far. My fingertips lacked the strength to pull them out. Wrench, nails. Oh wait, no, we don't have wrench, we have pliers, right? Use pliers on nails. I had to move closer if I wanted to try that. Yes, please. The pliers were ideal for removing the nails. Uh-oh. What happened to the body? Okay. That's the restroom. There were 4 doors, none of which seemed inviting. One to the east led back to the hallway, one to the west leading to the kitchen, one to some kind of unisex bathroom, and another large one that someone had boarded up. Let's look at the boarded up first. I could hardly get the door open with 3 wooden boards holding it shut. Use pliers on boards? I should probably be more specific. Remove boards with pliers. I doubted I could have taken that with me. Well, I don't want the board. I just want to go open the door. Fine. Alright, open this door. The bathroom. The gloomy lavatories were in a state of advanced disrepair. One of the cubicle doors was hanging off of its hinges, and the mirror above the counter was broken. Counter. The counter had 2 sinks and was covered in filth and mold. To my surprise, a brand new sealed envelope was sitting between the basins. Contrary to everything else in the hotel, it was completely clean. Slightly alarmingly, it was addressed to me. Take the envelope. I wasn't close enough. Baffled, I took the envelope. It was strangely bulky, and tore it open. A white pill bottle and a note fell out into my hand. I here enclosed the note with this report. Trilby, if you're reading this, then you too have seen the hotel change. At present, I have no idea if the alternative hotel is part of the ethereal realm or some kind of construct, a pocket dimension. There is a definite correlation between one's level of agitation and one's tendency to reality shift. Fear is your enemy. It leaves you shining like a beacon for whatever evil brought us to this place. Encloses a bottle of tranquilizers from my personal first aid kit. When you find yourself shifting into the other place, take a pill and try to calm down, and the real hotel will return. Do not let it concern you. I am researching the phenomenon. Your task is to find Defoe. Good luck, Agent Lankman. Alright, so we gotta find Defoe. Lankman's letter raised more questions than it answered. I pocketed the pill bottle. That didn't make sense to me. What, really? Pills, okay. It seemed like a perfectly ordinary child-proof bottle of medical-grade tranquilizer pills. A prominent, brightly colored label read, "Warning, some users may experience drowsiness and or hallucinations." Well, maybe we already are, one might argue. I stared blankly. The cracks and stains twisted my reflection into something most unpleasing. The right sink was full of blood. The left one was merely dirty. Blood flowed from one of the sinks and one of the toilets, indicating some hideous presence in the plumbing system. Turn on sink. Experimentally, I turned one of the taps, but the only response was a metallic groan from somewhere underfoot. I swiftly turned it off again. Can I take some of the blood? I doubted I could have taken that with me. Okay. Look, stalls. I didn't understand the word stalls. Look, toilet. None of the toilets appeared to be functional. One of them was overflowing with blood, which left me disinclined to investigate the others. Oh, I don't care. Do it anyway. Open toilet. I couldn't pick that open. Huh? Use the toilet. Even had I in the inclination, I very much doubted the plumbing still worked. All right. Look, walls. I stared blankly. Look, doors. The 3 toilet cubicles had doors, just barely. There was also the door to the dining room. Are there cabinets here beneath the sink? No. All right. So it doesn't look like we can do anything with the toilets then. Yeah, don't shit your pants. The kitchen doors refused to open. Really? I couldn't do that just then. The doors were probably unlocked. They just appeared to be stuck shut. Okay. Are there tablecloths? No. Okay. Actually, what about the insects? The flies seemed to be fatter and proportioned differently than from normal, as far as I could tell. Oh, can I take them? Even if I could have caught one, I doubted that it would have helped matters. Okay. Just making sure. All right, so it seems like we got to take one of these pills. Hesitantly, I tipped a tranquilizer into my palm and swallowed it without water. It quickly took effect. I felt the anxiety lift from the pit of my stomach, and my dismal surroundings seemed to feel less imposing. Then I felt that strange sensation again, of lightheadedness and detachment as the world around me began to quiver. All right, we're back to the real world. Nice. All right, what's the save? Whoops. So I guess we should do maybe R for real and H for hallucination or something. Dining room. With apparently a bunch of eyes. Whatever. Okay. The dining room was rather small and sparse. It seemed the Clan Bronwyn Hotel was only one step above a bed and breakfast. So now we have to look at everything we just saw. 5 immaculately clean tables sat ready to be claimed for an evening meal. Okay. There were 4 doors. One to the east led back to the hallway. Okay. And one large one whose purpose was not immediately obvious. It appeared to be locked, probably by a deadbolt on the other side, so we can't try unlocking it. There is no pick in the world that can unlock a deadbolt on the opposite side of a door. All right. The toilets were so clean and well maintained that the very tiles of the floor seemed to glow with luminescence. The mirror above the counter was spotless and crystal clear. I seemed somewhat pale, but otherwise fine. The sinks were completely scrubbed free of grime, the taps were unblemished. 2 spotless basins were the only features of the counter. All the toilets were spotless, even in the hard-to-reach areas. The hotel management were either meticulously clean, or these toilets were rarely used. I had neither the need nor inclination to use the lavatories at that time. Turn on sink. I turned on the taps and allowed crystal clear water to flow for a second, then reassured, I turned them back off. All right. Can we go into the kitchen? The kitchen doors refused to open. All right. Can you go over here? No. That's not good. The hallway is decorated identically to the majority of the rooms in the Clan Why am I keeping rereading? Clanwanbrin Hotel, warmly and pleasantly. Oh, this is not good. Wait, so if I stand... No, can't get it. Look, I should have looked at me. I felt almost naked. Okay. A door in the north wall led into the hotel bar, and a doorway to the west connected to the dining room. The hotel bar seemed rather small, but then it was a rather small hotel. There were only 2 small tables and some kind of defunct arcade machine. 3 framed vintage advertisements for 3 brands of drink decorated the wall. If they were originals, they were probably quite valuable. Stacca-Zola? I think it was a pub quiz machine. A piece of white card on the screen declared that it was out of order. Can I take that card? I didn't understand the word card. Damn. 2 small tables were arranged for guests. The bar was wood-paneled and outfitted with an adequate selection of drinks and glasses. Stools were provided for a total of 7 guests. Obviously, the hotel management didn't expect much of a rush out on this tiny Welsh island. The window offered a pleasant view of the nearby forest, the early evening sun hanging over the treetops. A row of glass drink receptacles sat along the top shelf behind the bar, so clean it seemed unlikely that they were used frequently. Whoops. I couldn't reach from this side of the bar. How do you get to the other side of the bar? I stared blankly. There are some other people, yeah. We saw them before. Could run a hook through the door frame. Yeah, exactly, Gao. If we had a hook, perhaps. Can I climb the bar? Use the cursor keys. No, I can't do that. What do you expect me to do? Okay, wow. So we actually do have our inventory, though, from the other world, though. So that's interesting. All right. I've been through this. I was no longer a thief. Oh. All right. The lobby of the Clanwanbrin Hotel did its best to appear welcoming. The reception desk was well polished, and the pigeonholes, while empty, were recently dusted. The reception desk was a cheap pine affair and unadorned with papers or materials. The pigeonholes were empty. Presumably, there weren't many people staying at the hotel. A door behind the counter presumably led to the manager's office, while the front doors led to the hotel's front yard. Let's see if we can get in there with the safe. We can. The air in the hotel office was swimming with dust. The proprietors clearly felt that record keeping was more a formality than a necessity. In the corner of the room was a diminutive but sturdy steel safe. The door was thick, but the lock was an old commercial brand I was highly skilled in cracking. I wasn't close enough to open the safe. I hadn't had cause to crack safes for some time, but my hands instantly went into automatic, the thieving mindset returning like an old friend. I thought you just said I'd been through this. I wasn't going to be doing any of my thieving ways. When the job was done and the safe opened, my nostalgia faded into puzzlement when I found it empty. Just for once, I'd like to crack a safe that actually contains something. Is that so much to ask? Yes, it is. There was virtually nothing on the desk, and it lacked a chair. Obviously, very little work was actually done here. Look at the shelf. A single shelf was the home of a large number of dust-covered binders and papers. Useless piles of hotel maintenance paperwork and correspondence, no doubt. Okay. Is that a window? Huh. Okay. Is there like a drawer to do anything with? The only drawer was empty. All right. So what the heck is that? Is that a window or blinds? I couldn't pick that open. Is it a painting? No. Okay. We know this painting here is significant. All right, sorry about that, guys. Let's look at the painting. I was frankly astonished that Matthew Defoe's painting had survived the immolation of Defoe Manor. As I stared at it, it seemed that the surrounding room began to blur, until only the painting was in focus. I fancied I could hear the creaks and whispers of Defoe Manor's hallways. I felt a bizarre urge to reach out and touch the painting. Oh, this seems like a bad... This is probably going to morph us back to the other world. Probably. Actually, yeah, before we do that, let's see what we have outside. It was a pleasant summer afternoon with only a few clouds to add a picturesque feel to the clear blue sky. The beige frontage of the Clanbronwyn Hotel was to the north. I like the footsteps. What? It morphed this way? Wow. Oh, come on. So just trying to leave gets you back here? Really? Okay. What if I eat a pill while we're here, though? I took another pill. No dice? Okay. But walking over here... Oh, no, we got it here. All right, cool. The hotel's side and rear yards were enclosed by a high wooden fence. I could also see a fire escape running up to the east exterior wall. A simple network of gantries and ladders with an entrance on each floor, just like a fire escape was supposed to be. Taking a closer look, I noticed that there were several knotholes in the fence. The holes were big enough to offer a view of the area beyond, if I could just get closer. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a small enclosed yard with a workbench and tools. I stared blankly. A little tree. The path to the east led into a dense forest populated with old oaks in full leaf. Okay. It hurts. Wait, what? Looking at something hurts? Are you serious? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Oh, shit. Wait, what if I just look? The hotel's side and rear yards were enclosed by a high wooden fence. Yikes. Peering through the nearest hole, I saw a plain, almost featureless backyard with a lawn that severely needed a gardener's attention. We can't climb the fence, right? The fence was too tall and sturdy for that. All right. Doesn't seem like there's too much we can do outside, but we'll keep it in mind. All right, now we're going to touch the, well, I guess we'll save, but we're going to touch the painting and then see if that transports us back to the other area. Hate those save screens. All right, touch painting. As I stepped closer, I could feel sound becoming muffled and my head spinning as if I were about to faint. My hand, as if pulled by an invisible string, reached out towards the clumsy brushstrokes. Wait, what? Matthew Defoe is 15 years old today. He is excitedly putting the finishing touches to a painting, which his father commented on encouragingly, the first time he has ever been supportive of Matthew's artistic leanings. Matthew is now convinced that his father is lifting from the mysterious depression that has plagued him for as long as either of them can remember. Now he intends to make the painting absolutely perfect before showing it again. Are we playing as Matthew? Knock, knock. Master Matthew, Sir Roderick has requested your presence in the trophy room. Thank you, James. And if you would be so good to inform him that I will now be retiring for the night. Very good, James. Ah, there you are, boy. Let me introduce my son, Matthew. Hello. This is my friend, Mr. Smith. He is an expert in African tribal art. Well, just a scholar, hardly even that, just someone with an interest in the subject. And he has offered to assess the figurine I brought back from my travels. I wasn't aware you had a family, Sir Roderick. Is your wife home, too? Regrettably, Belinda's no longer with us. Oh, I'm sorry. Quite all right, you couldn't have known. She succumbed to illness shortly after Matthew was born. I finished the painting I showed you, Father. Oh, good. Well, Mr. Smith, what do you think of the piece?
It's an intriguing little puzzler, actually. The design is reminiscent of a few Central African tribal gods I'm aware of. But to be honest, I've never seen anything like this before. May I ask how you acquired it?
I'm glad you asked. It was 20 years ago when I was a younger man on my first travels in the Dark Continent. We were traveling along the west coast when our bearers spotted a ship that had run aground. It was an English clipper named the Sea Angel, and a short exploration revealed that every single crewman had just disappeared. Of course, we immediately sent a letter to the nearest embassy to report the finding. But the point is, it was on the lowest deck of the ship that I found this very figurine you see before you today.
What an extraordinary tale! But how do you account for there being an African tribal carving on a British vessel?
We were as confused as you are. It wasn't a slave trading vessel, but there must have been a Negro on the crew. It has been a personal mystery of mine ever since. I was hoping you could help shed a little light on the matter. But there is more to tell. I haven't even begun to recount the strange events that have surrounded this artifact. Would you care for a glass of brandy?
Thank you, that would be most kind.
Matthew, fetch the brandy from the kitchen, and some glasses. Yes, Father. Wow, okay, so we actually are playing as Matthew. Lovely. Matthew Defoe. I love how it's like black and white as if to suggest the older age. Okay. Matthew. Defoe Manor's kitchen was small and somewhat sparsely furnished in contrast to the wealth of the house as a whole. Besides the sideboard, the only furniture was a large wooden table and a narrow drinks cabinet in the corner. Above the sideboard, there was a row of assorted utensils and knives. And someone had left a brown leather apron on the kitchen table. Uh-oh. It was a tough, well-used brown leather apron. Matthew wondered which member of the staff had been using it. Matthew saw no purpose for it and didn't want to interfere with other people's possessions. Above the sideboard, oh, so the sideboard is the same as table? Okay. What about the cabinet? There was a large drinks cabinet in the corner full of mysterious bottles and arrangements of glasses. A bottle of fine brandy was clearly visible on the top shelf. The bottle was almost full. Sir Roderick had been drinking less and less lately. Matthew wasn't close enough to take the glasses. Matthew took the brandy bottle and a pair of appropriate glasses.
Bang, bang.
Hello? You haven't tried to speak to me in a while.
Bang, bang. You're dead.
I did another painting today. I showed it to Father and he said it was promising. I keep trying to tell him about you, but he never listens. You haven't knocked for me in so long I was beginning to wonder.
Bang, bang.
Hey, do you want to see my painting?
Bang, bang.
I'm just not sure how I'd get it through the door. I don't know either. There were 3 doors here. The one to the east led to the dining hall and the rest of the house. To the north was the pantry, and to the west was the door Matthew had never been through, which was kept permanently locked. Do we have any inventory? How could I, Trilby, possibly have known what Matthew was carrying that day? Well, how could you, Trilby, possibly have been controlling Trilby that day? Oh, by the way, I just realized, so for some reason the counter is broken. I can't even open it. So let me just quickly, I'm going to have to change the source for this, unfortunately. Let's see. Have to investigate that later. Oh, no, not this. Yeah, our death count here. Okay, there we go. You sure it's definitely a totally normal tribal artifact that just happened to be an empty boat for entirely non-curse related reasons? Yes, I'm sure that must have been it. Oh, all of a sudden? Wow. Okay, open door. Mrs. Beaton didn't like it when people went into her pantry. I don't care. Mrs. Beaton's gonna have to get used to disappointment. The door was locked, as always, but there was a substantial gap of about an inch on the bottom of the door. Look under door. No, can't do that. Okay. Slide painting under door. I'm pushing the painting under your door, okay? Just give it back when you're finished.
How dare you, sir? You intrude on my hospitality and insult my judgment.
That's Father.
Get out of my house, you worm.
I'd better see what's the matter. Yes, you better. You better. Father?
No, it's you.
Father, what happened? I heard shouting.
That old fool told me some rubbish about my figurine. Said the only tribe it could have come from all died in slavery years ago. Actually had the nerve to accuse me of buying from a forger.
I'm sorry, Father.
What are you apologizing for? Where's that damn brandy?
I've got it here.
Give it to me.
I'll go back to my room, Father.
Show me your painting.
Father?
You said you had a painting. Show it to me.
I can't, Father.
And why not?
Because.
Come on, why not? Out with it.
Because I gave it to the boy behind the door.
I see. Yes, well.
Father?
Go back to your room, boy. I have to write my diary entry.
Yes, Father. An hour of silence passed, and Matthew grew concerned about his father. Strangely, the most disturbing thing had been Sir Roderick's reaction to Matthew mentioning the boy behind the door. In the past, raising this had usually provoked a violent rage or an instant flat denial. Matthew wondered what sort of anxiety was going through his father's mind. Smash. What was that? Father, what are you doing? Afternoon, Marble. Okay, same stuff. Oh, the door is open. Is he smashing up the, our bro? Okay, open door. Matthew was confused by his own reluctance. He had longed to see what was beyond this door his entire life, but now, given the chance, he was struck with fear. He peered cautiously through and saw a set of rough stone steps leading down to some kind of basement.
I should have done this the moment you came into this world, demon child. May God forgive me for having a part in your creation.
Father, what are you doing?
Do you see what you've done? I didn't want him to see this. Do you see what you've done?
Father, no! Father! Father!
Bud, my apologies, dear boy, but I couldn't resist. You look so lost in that painting, I don't think you even saw me come in.
What? What?
Is everything all right, Terry?
Yes, everything's fine. It's just, for a moment there, I thought I saw... Never mind.
Shaborn and I were talking about you after you ran out of the room. I said you seemed like something was making you terribly anxious. Frankly, I think that's still the case.
I'm okay, really, I am.
Well, if you're sure.
I was certain my mind was not playing tricks on me. I had been back there, in Defoe Manor, looking through the eyes of Matthew Defoe. I had just seen the events that had created John Defoe. I saw his death at the hands of Sir Roderick, that terrible, violent end that would bring him back as that awful wraith. But somehow, seeing that event, it was clear to me that there was more to this than the ghost of one retarded youth. There had been something very wrong about that idol even before it was used to destroy John Defoe. A name stood out in my memory, the Sea Angel, the name of the ship on which Sir Roderick had found the figurine. I now had a lead. Professor, do you know anything about a ship called the Sea Angel?
You know, it's funny you should mention that name. There's a really old wooden chisel among the Defoe Manor artifacts. And the words Sea Angel are carved into the handle.
Where is this chisel?
Out and display in the convention hall next to the dining room.
Oh, those are those double doors.
What's all this about, Terry?
It's nothing. It's just a little side project my clients want me to get onto. Thanks for your help. Or thank you for your help.
No problem. Take care of yourself.
Alrighty then. What happened? There's now some paper coming out of the painting? What's this about? I was frankly astonished that Matthew Defoe's painting had survived the immolation of Defoe Manor. Someone had stuck a piece of paper under the frame, perhaps for me to find. Yes. Take the paper. It was a page from a religious book I wasn't familiar with. I here enclose it with these notes. Victim 5, the child. 1. The fifth man who desired judgment was the child, whose father held the carving of the slave. The prince came to him and was at once rightly pleased with what he found, for the house of the child and his father already knew well the name of the king. 2. And as the prince watched, the child was thrown down by his father and broken with the wood of the prince's soul, but as the child's body, mind, and soul began to drift apart, the prince held them together, and he said, 3. You are the child, and to you I grant power, for I see in you the potential that will grant my father the king his greatest wish. You shall not be of the land of technology, nor of the realm of magic, but of both, and thus you shall form the bridge. 4. And across the bridge the king shall come to bring his message to the men of technology. Through you, child, the bridge will come, and thus I name you the Bridge Keeper. 5. And the prince touched the child, and he was the bridge keeper, and his 3 aspects were granted power, so that his soul would join with the prince's soul in the wood of the tree. 6. And the bridge keeper rose up and threw down his father and threw down his brother, and truly did they know the name of the king. And into the house of his father went the body and the mind of the bridge keeper. Oh, lovely. Does that become part of our inventory? It does not. Now there's something on the desk. The reception desk was a cheap pint affair. Someone appeared to have left a matchbox on the desktop. Okay. Let's take that. Let's take those matchbox. Only 1 match left. I took it anyway. The matchbox from the lobby had only 1 red-tipped match remaining. Okay. I guess we should go back and check out the convention hall if we can. Do they allow us to get in there now? It appeared to be locked. No, still dead bolted. All right. Well, let's check out the stairs then. We haven't seen our room from when the hotel's in better shape here, or normal state. I was in the main stairwell of the Clan Bronwyn Hotel. No dead bodies and blood and such. The hallway was decorated identically to the majority of the rooms in the Clan Bronwyn Hotel, warmly and pleasantly. I had no business breaking into a room of someone I didn't know. There was no reply. So what's there on the wall? A clock or something? On the north wall, I noticed what I presumed to be a smoke alarm. It was a circular white heat sensor, presumably tied to the hotel's fire safety systems. All right, so maybe if we light a match in front of it, we can get the alarm going. The door was locked. Unlock the door. The door was locked. Pick lock. I had no business. Okay. Oh, that's a door, not a... open door. The door was locked. It would not give when pushed. I saw no direct means of opening it. The door at the far end was colored differently to the others. A note read, "Emergency fire escape access. Do not attempt to force. In the end of fire, door will unlock automatically." Okay. So I guess we'll go there. We'll light the match. Light. Well, yeah, actually we should save first. Hang on. That might have made sense in another time and place, but not then. I need to save. Yeah, the stairs are designed rather oddly. I concur. This is our floor 1. Actually, really, yeah, floor 1, because, all right. Light match. Click. Open door. I pushed my way through the door and descended the fire escape. Oh, we made it into the backyard. All right, very nice. The hotel's rear yard was more or less bare, but for an old workbench and a fire escape running up the building. The grass was extremely patchy and poorly maintained. Presumably guests normally wouldn't be allowed here. It was probably used for garden maintenance, tool storage, that sort of thing. An old iron crowbar was the only tool being stored at the time. I wasn't close enough, of course. You're still not close enough? Seriously. I took the crowbar with me. Perhaps it could serve a purpose. It was an old rusty crowbar, the strength of which I was seriously unsure of. It was dark inside. The room beyond was presumably rarely used, or probably rarely used. I didn't understand the word grass. Can we go over here? We cannot. Oh. The tall wooden fence enclosed the entire yard, so the only point of the work... Is that a drawer there? What's... It was probably used... Oh, yeah. I think there is a drawer there. No? Because look at that bar of brown below. No? They're just considering it the same as workbench. Alright. Alright, so I guess that's all we can do here. Actually, unless I can open the window here. I saw no reason to enter the building that way. Alright. I wasn't close enough. I climbed back up the ladder and entered the same floor I had come from. Nice, okay. And we don't want to go in here. I don't understand. Oops. Oh yes, novella, of course. Of course. Pick lock. Alright, so looks like we're done with floor 1. Oh, lovely. Now we're back here. Well, we do have a crowbar, so maybe we can break into that other room below. I guess we can try doing that. The locked room. There's also the kitchen doors, too. We need to do that. Use crowbar on boards. Ah. As I had suspected, the stress proved too much for the ancient crowbar, which was bent to uselessness. I discarded it. Oh. You know, it would be great to have a crowbar. Alright, open doors. Judging by the smell, this room had probably not been ventured into for years. Desiccated corpses dangled from the ceiling, left to rot by some warped interior decorator. Is that a garbage bag in the corner? A sack tied up at one end said oozing foulness in the corner. Open the sack. The mere thought of what that bag could contain made me feel ill. You can't take the sack? Nope. More wretched victims of the alternate hotel. Their advanced age indicated that the dreadful sights that filled this place were by no means a recent addition. The prerequisite bloodstains had faded to an ugly brown color over time. It did not make them any less unnerving. It had been used to daub some kind of symbol on the north wall. A circle containing 4 triangles and a square. It was evidence of paganistic rituals, but the exact nature of them remained a mystery. Grim metal tables stood below the corpses. I didn't even want to think about what crimes had been committed on those surfaces. I could see nothing but darkness outside the window. Perhaps the area beyond had been walled in. I can't open the window. There was no need to interfere with it. Alright. Anything on the floor? No. Can I take one of the corpses? It would have been wiser to let the poor souls rest in peace. So probably the whole point of coming here was just so we could then take the pill and get access to the area in the real world. I took another pill. No, nothing doing? We do have lumps of meat. Pull the sack. Perhaps I should try rephrasing that. Push the sack. I couldn't do that just then. Alright, we can't even look at the bottom. That sucks. And I can't walk down here, right? Nope. Alright, open door.
That sentence doesn't make sense. It would have been.
Not much makes sense in this. There have actually been a number of grammatical errors. They haven't been egregious ones, but I have caught a few, Vessel. Yes. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, we're back now. It appeared to be locked. Oh, wow, so you can't... It'll lock behind you even when you go back to the real world. That sucks. I was hoping that would be a way to see that room in the real world here, but apparently it's not to be. All right, so let's check out the second floor, because I think that's where our room is, which we still haven't seen in the real world. I tried to take the corpse, but I could not. Can you look at the lights here? No. Or... No. Okay. Oh, this is the professor's room? Oh, right, we're on the 3rd floor. Okay. What happened to Siobhan? Ask professor about meat. I didn't consider that subject relevant. Ask professor about Defoe. What do you know about the Defoe Manor incident?
I know that Simone Taylor and a couple of other people were locked in Defoe Manor for a few days. And I know that not all the people reported to have been in the house have been accounted for. That's all I can be sure of, because I've heard an awful lot of ridiculous supernatural stories about what went on there.
Okay. Can we ask about the convention room? No. Lump meat. Give meat to professor. I wasn't sure how to. Give pills to professor. Kiss the professor. I didn't understand the word kiss. Oh. Turn on TV. Theater. Okay, right. We tried that before. All right. Where did what's her face go? Ask professor about. Where is Shebhorn, professor?
She said she was going out for a walk outside.
Interesting. Thank you. Why are you just sitting there? The door was locked. I pushed my way through the door and descended the fire escape. Oh, okay. So you can do the fire escape from any level. Interesting. Okay. All right. So let's see the 3rd floor. Hopefully we can go to maybe we have some of our own items there that we never had before. God damn it. Stuck shut. Okay, good. So we do see it in the real world. This was a completely standard hotel room equipped with bed, sofa, and television. A neatly made bed dressed in chintzy fabrics occupied the corner of the room. A firm blue sofa was provided, presumably in order to fill up the empty room space. A deactivated color television was sitting on the edge of a counter. Turn on TV. I never liked television, and the events of Defoe Manor gave me cause to like it even less. Okay, is that a nightstand? There was a small bedside cabinet serving the right-hand side of the bed. A phone sat on top. I stared blankly. Use phone. I should probably be more specific. Pick up phone. I doubted I could have taken that with me. Make phone call. I didn't understand the word call. Oh my god. Alright, probably can't do anything. The view of the island was quite spectacular. Keeping the room aired was not my responsibility. No one cares it's your responsibility. I told you to do it. A desk stood opposite the bed. Its only feature was a television. So there's no drawer or anything. Alright, so unfortunately nothing to do here, it seems. I didn't need a rest. Sleep. Solving the mystery of my predicament was more important than sleep at that time. Alright. Alright, let's see what was on the top floor in the real world. What? This is the hallway? It hurts. Oh my gosh. Look, symbol. Everything hurts. Yeah, there's supposed to be a bathroom for like everybody, I guess. Maybe this is it. The door was either stuck or locked. Uh-oh. After several minutes, I was pretty sure I had succeeded in picking the lock, but the door still refused to open. Really? God damn it. Alright, well, can we look at the door? An open doorway is the only exit besides the staircases. I was in the main stairwell of the Clanbronwyn Hotel. Alright. So we were in that room when it was in the horror world, although I forgot what it looked like. Huh. Alright, actually, why don't we take a break here, because we've been going for a little while now. I'm going to take a stretch bio break, etc. I just missed a 90 minutes or so there. 95 minutes, Austin. All right, so we'll take a break. Buys, of course, are open. We'll do buys when we get back. And then we'll have more of Trilby's notes. Trilby action. All right, let's do it. Resume our timer. Okay, I think we were trying to figure out what to do here. We know we want to find Defoe. Are we solving a murder? No, not exactly. We're actually, I guess, trying to get... I guess we're trying to destroy John Defoe, or the spirit of him via the idol, maybe? Not exactly clear. The game plays itself in to some extent. Oh, the professor mentioned that... What is it? How do you pronounce it? Chavorn? I need to get a pronunciation on this thing. How to pronounce...
With Irish origin, this is a female name, meaning God is gracious. How do you go about pronouncing it? Siobhan. You do want to stress on the second syllable,
so there's no
van syllable. Siobhan.
Siobhan, okay. Yeah, Inkle, so I don't think it is Chavorn. It definitely sounds like Siobhan, which is actually how they pronounced it in that Mayor of Easttown show. Yeah, usually, at least in the first two games like this, there were deaths, but typically they only really would happen when the killer came after you. There wasn't like any other type of death. So let's see if we can find Siobhan around here anywhere. Or are we just going to loop back around? He said she went for a walk, I think. Yeah, she's not here. Damn. Okay. Actually, can we see anything? We should look through the knotholes again. This is the backyard with the workbench. Yeah, the only tool was the crowbar, which we already used successfully. Oh, now we're back here. Great. Yeah, rusting metal furniture. All right. Can I look at the ground here? No, look floor. Nope. Okay. Doesn't it kind of seem like there's that line there? Maybe look blood. Blood dotted the fence in places of people had been systematically executed against. All right. So we're just like periodically going back. Can I look at the basement from here? No. Alright. So the question is, we can get into that room here, where we can. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Maybe we take a pill here and then go in there, and then it'll, when we're on the other side, we'll see it. I wasn't close enough to any of the doors. Yes, okay, that worked. Nice. Because remember, this was dead-bolted in real life. So this is the only other way we could get in there to see it. Nice. All right, I'm going to consider that sort of a mini puzzle. Professor Chahal's antique show was as sparse as its small venue would indicate. A couple of tables were laid out with various trinkets, and a charred rocking chair was the centerpiece. An involuntary shudder went through me as recognition dawned. It was the same chair from the living room in Defoe Manor, the room I had opted to sleep in for those 5 days. Well, of course, you know that was the case. There was an unopened bottle of some kind of soft drink sitting on the end table in the corner. On the display tables, I recognized 1 or 2 Defoe Manor artifacts among the miscellaneous knickknacks. A set of manacles, rescued no doubt from the manor's basement, stood out the most. I spotted the chisel the professor had mentioned next to the pile of books on the north table. A bottle of Speedy Cola, a brand of highly caffeinated soft drink, the bottle almost full. Someone must have decided it was beyond the limits of their constitution. I'll take that, thank you. I wasn't close enough. I took the drink with me. Something told me it would come in useful. It would come in useful. So this is probably going to be like to prevent ourselves from like falling asleep. On the north wall were 3 framed monochrome photographs of scenes from around Clanbronwyn Island, obviously placed by the hotel and not part of the exhibits. All right, can we take the chisel? I needed to move closer. A loud buzzing played in my ears, and my vision began to cloud as I reached over and laid my hand upon the tool. Somewhere in the Atlantic, July 25th, AD 1789. Oh, okay, so this is probably what I missed because I hit a key last time. We had a black and white flashback. Does anyone know the year that the Defoe scene that we saw play out happened? Where John Defoe was murdered or whatever? Or attempted murder? Mobutu had been a great warrior. In battle, his skill was thought unmatched in all of Africa. He had had respect, a great house, a stew of beautiful women. What? Did he eat stew of beautiful women? Children to make any father proud. But through just one mistake, it had all been torn away. His mistake was in standing by his beloved king when the invaders from the coastal kingdom arrived. Now his great house was ruined, his women raped, his children murdered. And for Mobutu, the worst fate of all, sold to the white men in exchange for weapons, shackled with his fellows in the hold of a slave ship. Oh yeah, probably supposed to be slew. That makes a lot more sense. He's eating a stew of women. Oh, nice. How's Squeegee doing, Basil? You're visiting home? Oh, I never had Jack Cola. I thought, wasn't there a Jolt? Yeah, Jolt Cola, right? Oh yeah, okay. You corrected yourself. Yeah, Jolt Cola. What was there was another one too, I remember. I never had either though. Mobutu was strong. Perhaps he could have lived as a slave, but then came the sickness. A simple fever, no doubt to be gone the next day, but the white men took no chances and threw him overboard. Ah, jeez. For days Mobutu drifted, waiting for the black cloud of death to descend. Having lost everything, he now sought only the embrace of the deep, a welcome end to a life betrayed. But the end did not come then. I'm around, Captain. Voices unfamiliar, speaking an unfamiliar language. Mobutu was suddenly terrified that the slavers must have returned, but he was as weak as a newborn and could not move or speak. Looks like we picked him up just in time, Captain. Don't know how long he's been drifting out here, but he can't have lasted much longer. Good Lord, look upon it, men, the greatest evidence we have of humanity's inherent evil. Never forget that men, sailors such as you or I, did this, left this poor wretch to die. Slavers aren't slavers like you or I, Captain. No, I do not know how those devils can have the audacity to still call themselves human. Today there is no pride in being an Englishman. Find our new passenger some quarters. Make him comfortable. Passenger, Captain? Every innocent who sets foot on my ship is a free man. Is there something about this policy you find questionable? Not at all, Captain. No, these were not the slavers. The ship was different, less crowded with terrified black faces. Or less crowded with terrified black faces, yeah. White lightning grape soda. Oh, wow. Oh, but clear. Interesting. Oh, good. Glad to hear Squeegee's doing well. Have you ever had BDR celery soda? Dr. Brown's celery soda? There was anger in the voices of the white men, but not directed at Mabuda. Still frightened, but somewhat reassured, Mabuda passed out. Days passed, and Mabuda's health was restored. To have been rescued by the ship of these good white men had been a fantastic stroke of good fortune. He decided that it had been the will of the gods that he should survive, and that proper things would be in order. An idol, that was the answer. If he could just find some suitable wood and a sharp blade, he would carve the finest idol of his life. Would he now? Okay, time for another save. So this is Mabuda's backstory. It's so tricky with these save dialogues. No, I don't want 2 Bs. Whatever. All right. The Sea Angel was a small clipper built for speed and the fast delivery of cargo. It was late in the evening, and there were a few crewmen on deck. There were several crewmen tending to the ship scattered around the deck. Despite the language barrier, Mabuta could tell they were friendly and cordial. You don't understand the word moon. The weather was calm, and the sea as steady as a picture. 1 or 2 wooden barrels were scattered around for convenient reach. Is that a lifeboat? A little jelly boat was here, apparently undergoing some repairs. The mainmast towered overhead, sails extended to catch a mild breeze. Oh, at the rigging. Ropes and rigging anchored masts and sails alike to the ship. A sturdy ladder led down into the darkened cargo hold. Ask crew about ship. Mabuda could not understand the white men's language. Any communication would have to be nonverbal. Good point. How could I, Trilby, possibly have known what Mabuda was carrying that day? I don't know. How could you? You keep thinking look is took. Yeah, I know. I made the same mistake between L and T. It's not the clearest font. Not the clearest font. Absolutely. Okay, that sound effect doesn't sound like walking on a ship would. Okay. Can we open the barrel? Mabuda had no means to do so, and it would have been impolite. Okay. And we can't go there. All right. Can we jump overboard for fun? I don't understand the word overboard. All right, just jump. Mabuda needed to move closer to the ladder. Oh, okay, you want me to? Well, I was going to go down the hold, but I figured. All right, that gets us down here. The hold was plunged into almost total darkness. With the memory of the slave ship still recent, Mabuda was unwilling to venture from the light. A large crate was sitting in the shaft of light with letters stenciled on that Mabuda did not recognize. It was cheaply made with poor quality nails, and some of the boards looked ready to fall off. O'Malley Shipping. So that's the same. Okay, so Shaban is probably descended maybe from these guys. The wood of the crate seemed ideal for Mabuda's intentions. He decided to leave it here until he was ready to carve the idol. What? So can I take the board? Oh. Okay, so I guess I have to find like a carving knife or something. Or a whittle. Open crate. A strong smell of tea rose from the cracks in the wood, but Mabuda had no interest in the actual contents of the crate. So I can't take any of the boards. Alright, so we need to get a carving thing first. Search the hold. No. Nothing else here, huh? Alright. Climb ladder. Can we climb the mast as well? Not master. Jeez. Mamboot had no business in the crow's nest. Okay, can I climb the rigging? Use the cursor keys. Really? All right. I think that they give you that error when you. So we have to display nonverbal communication. Signal or knife. That's not gonna work.
What's that? You need a tool?
Oh wow, that actually worked.
Go talk to Edward over there by the jolly boat. He might have something.
Mamboot did not understand the words, but the meaning of the sailor's gesture seemed clear. Oh, nice. Wow, I can't believe signal for knife actually worked. Mamboot wasn't close enough to any of the sailors.
All right there, laddie. Oh, I see. You want something to carve with.
Indeed I do.
Yeah.
Thank you. The sailor handed Mamboot a sharp, almost brand new workman's chisel.
Just bring it back when you're finished with it.
Oh, I will. I'm a bountiful drink reviewer. Why not best drink reviewer? Night train will fuck you up, huh? A simple workman's chisel with the words Sea Angel carved into the handle. All right, let's use this chisel to chisel us up some idols. Some cursed idols. Okay, chisel boards. Take board. The wood of the crate. Oh, I'm ready to carve. Okay, carve idol. With the chisel and the wood of the crate, Mamboot could finally create his offering. After several hours, Mamboot was very pleased with the result, a fine rendition of his kingdom's god of fertility and good fortune. All that remained now was to return the chisel. What about taking the idol? Certainly, it was the finest idol Mamboot had ever carved, a fitting offering of thanks. Can I take the idol? They're going to be pissed that I broke their crate. Mamboot decided the idol was fine where it was. There was no need to move it. All right, fine. It hurts. Oh no. It hurts. What is he, churning butter? Stabbed in the face. Yikes. The vision faded, and I felt myself being hurled forcefully back into the present day. That tall, thin creature, that black-clad ghoul, what was its significance to my predicament? Why did it appear again and again throughout history to spread death and horror? There was no connection to the idol's shape, or Mamboot's tribal deities. The tall man was no fertility god. It must have been connected to the wood of that crate, somehow. There had been a name on that crate. Mamboot hadn't been able to read it, but I, looking through his eyes, had. O'Malley Shipping. Could the owner have been an ancestor of Siobhan? It was a flimsy possibility, but at that point my only lead. I resolved to discuss this with Siobhan at the earliest opportunity. Alrighty then. Can I take the shackles as well? Oh, someone put something under the door too. I don't understand the word. Oh, was it manacles, not shackles? They were blackened, but still recognizable as the manacles from John Defoe's basement prison. If anything would retain some of John Defoe's malevolent power, those manacles would. I refuse to touch them. Oh, okay. Yes, sort of. Sort of does, Basil. They haven't been very difficult ones so far. Let's see. We got the manacles. But wasn't there... what did we just touch? The chisel, right? So I can't take the chisel. The chisel could provide no more answers. I had other leads to follow now. Can we sit on the rocking chair? I couldn't even bring myself to go near it. I was pretty certain that John Defoe's influence was gone from the objects in this room, but still my irrational fears frustrated me. All right. I wasn't close enough. By the way, Basil, during the special, we played a game called Infiltrating the Airship. And, the majority of the game was spent on the airship itself, and I couldn't help but thinking, what if Basil were here right now, what would be all of this? You would have all sorts of airplane commentary about how inaccurate the airship was, and there was no way it could fly and all that kind of stuff. I recognize it as being from the same source as the one under the painting in the lobby. Victim 4, the slave. 1. The fourth man who desired judgment was the slave, who had not been brought Freehorn's message, and who tormented the wood that was the prince's soul with a sharpened blade. Oh, wow. So that was his soul. The prince came to him, and he struck the slave down, and he knew the name of the king. And the prince said, "Not one of your household shall I leave alive, slave, for thrice now have I brought my warning, and any who still fail to heed shall be named as fool and judged most unworthy in our sight." Lovely. In fact, that looks like a plane right there. Is that... Doesn't that brown thing kind of look like it? Yeah. Take photo. I found the photographer's skill not at all to my taste. I left them where they were. The window looked out on a barren yard behind the hotel. Open window. There is no need to interfere with it. All right. So it looks like we got everything we need then, right? We saw the manacles. We saw the chisel, the rocking chair. All right, cool. All right, I guess we can leave then. Unless there's some books there or bottles. I was not in the mood for reading matter. A couple of valuable antique books. I recognize one of them from Defoe's Manners Library. The others were known to me. And I'm getting more spam calls. Thanks. All right, look, bottles. Speedy Cola, a highly effective energy drink. I usually steer clear of caffeine. It tends to make me agitated.
Finally, Oh, it's you, Terry. I thought you might have been the serving staff at last.
Okay. I thought you were so happy to have found the bathroom. So he's going to say she went for a walk? Where's Siobhan?
She said she was going to get a drink.
Oh, at the bar.
I keep telling her it's not right for a girl her age to drink so much. But what do I know about young people today?
Not much, sir. Not much. All right, let's see if she's in the bar. She is. Mr. Albee, have you seen any of the hotel staff anywhere? I'm afraid not. Perhaps they go to bed early in these parts. Perhaps. Siobhan sat patiently at the bar, idly rocking her foot, perhaps waiting for service. Okay, ask Siobhan about Sea Angel. Do you know anything about the history of your family? I wouldn't be much of a history student if I didn't know, would I? No, you wouldn't. I'm researching my family tree as part of my diploma. That's ideal. I appreciate this may sound like an odd question, but trust me when I say it's important. Did your family run a shipping company in the late 18th century? That is an odd question, but I do remember reading something about O'Malley shipping. I'd have to check my notes if I left them in my book bag. Could you meet me in my room in about 5 minutes? I'm in 2A next to a bed. Certainly. I'll see you there then. All right, 2A for Siobhan. Excellent. A new airworthiness directive. Oh, yes, condensation I know is an issue for everyone. Knock, door. Door's open. Open the door. Come in, please, Terry. You have the papers? Must you always get right down to business? Come and sit down, let's talk. Ooh, on your bed. Terry. Not even the sofa. Or no, wait, I'm Terry. How are you feeling? I have these moments of illness. What do you want to talk about? Defoe Manor. Oh. It kind of interests me. I was really into the media coverage of the incident at the time. This client of yours, the one who wants the figurine, what does he know about it? Well, he has an interest in the occult, and there's some nonsense story going on around about it. Something about the idol being a vessel for an evil ghost. I wasn't really paying attention. Really? I don't remember hearing about that in any of the reports. No, you wouldn't have. It wasn't widely... Have you heard the story that Trilby was in the house? I could feel cold sweat drooling down my spine. Every fiber of my being was concentrating on not giving any outward signs of alarm as Shaban spoke of my secret name with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Oh, yes. No one believes it, but Simone Taylor insisted it was true right up until, well, you know. She says he saved her from the house. I think that's a little far-fetched. That's exactly what Abed says. He says a ghost is one thing, but throwing Trilby into it just makes it seem silly. Truth be told, I don't think Abed believes in Trilby any more than he does ghosts. He's so grounded in reality. A sensible attitude. Have you always been an antique dealer? 287. Shaban, please, I came here to talk about... Let me put that another way. Have you ever been an antique dealer? I knew it. The outfit, the hat, Terry Railby. You're him. You were in Defoe Manor, and now you've come here to finish off the ghost. Siobhan, I always knew there was something else. In this world, there was something better, more glamorous just below the surface. Will you take me with you? Listen to me. There is nothing glamorous about what I do. I live in shadows that threaten to consume me every single day. And if you pursue this any further, you're going to walk straight into one. Wait, what are you talking about? There is something extremely dangerous in the hotel. I don't know what it is, but... Oh, God, no! He tripped on the hole in the floor. Uh-oh, we're gonna get a death here. The Shadow Realm had intruded, and the tall man was waiting for me there. The tall man looked just as he did in my visions, stupidly tall and thin, as if he had been taken in two giant hands and stretched. Nothing in his face or body betrayed any emotion as he approached. Let's definitely save here, although I may not have enough time, and this might be a death. We might have to restore to the last one, which would suck, but we'll see. Bump, up. I guess the Maron. So H is for hallucination. Oh, yeah, I saved right into a death. Okay, I figured that. Bob. This concludes the text of the notes found in the Shub Bronwyn Hotel, or Clan Bronwyn Hotel. At time of writing, Trilby remains missing in action. Oh, it was August 4th. Oh, it was a death. It was a beautiful death. All right, so the question is... wait, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, question is, how can we prevent the death? Of course. A horse is a horse, of course. We have the cola, I remember that. We have the lump of meat, maybe. Or we could just try running, getting up and running. Let's resume. So we know that save is just awful. So. Whoa! Man, the sound mixing is all over the place. So we gotta go all the way here. Alright. So we're gonna have to do a save right before after we talk to Shaban, I guess. Signal for Chzo. She did. That was very kind of her. Client ladder. Yeah, Kitty Trouble indeed. Carve idol. Okay. Climb ladder. Alright, I forgot I was supposed to walk over there. This is the Prince of Darkness. Okay. Okay, open door. Open door. Okay, ask Shaman about Sea Angel. Open door. The worst part in this game is negotiating the stairs. Yeah, Yahtzee wasn't kidding about this being like a SCI game in that respect, I suppose. What did SCI stand for? Sierra Creative Interpreter or something? Okay, we gotta get ready to save right away. So I definitely want to look at the walls. Okay, save here. Yeah, and we'll save over the existing save slot. I was a little too concerned about my predicament to do that. Alright, what's in our inventory? Lockpicks, pills. Hey, no. Oh, I guess take pill. That might help. No, you're a little too concerned. Run! You were too concerned about your predicament to do that. Hit, man. Oh, we decked Shaban. I hope you're happy, Trilby. Shaban was out cold, but uninjured. She would probably be safe in her bed while I continued my investigation. Is she the princess of darkness? Okay. I considered myself lucky that I was not as skilled in unarmed combat as I thought. Indeed. So her room looks identical to ours. A desk stood opposite the bed. Its only features were a television and a discarded backpack, presumably Shaban's. It was a perfectly ordinary student's backpack.
The girl and said whatever and tossed her on the bed.
Whatever. Did we murder her, or did we just knock her out cold, asshole? Think about it. Thank you for the 100 bits. Perfectly ordinary student's backpack for carrying books and personal possessions. Open backpack. I wasn't close enough. Under the circumstances, Shaban probably wouldn't mind, after I knocked her out cold. There were a few textbooks, a half-empty water bottle, and a large folder marked O'Malley Family History. This, I decided, was my quarry. I flipped through the pages until I reached the information relevant to the 18th century and read my discoveries out loud. The Liverpool-based O'Malley Shipping Company ran for 3 generations of the family in the mid to late 18th century until the loss of one of their clippers drove the company to bankruptcy. The owner at the time, Jacob O'Malley, placed the blame somewhat irrationally on a shipping crate which family legend alleged to be haunted, and that had been on the ship at the time. There are numerous tales of bizarre events surrounding the crate, and the story of the crate's origin is no less mysterious. It goes that a strange young man came to a carpenter's at the Liverpool dockyards with a very expensive-looking harpsichord, which he insisted be smashed up and the wood used for whatever purpose the carpenter desired. All right. He refused to leave until the instrument had been utterly broken into its component parts in front of his eyes, and the wood sent to be made into crates for O'Malley shipping. When pressed for his name, the man identified himself as one Jack Freehorn. The Rooms of Jack Freehorn, July 28th, AD 1778. So, what trifle have you been wasting your father's money on now, Jack? What does it look like? It looks like a vaginal. A harpsichord, actually, in the Flemish style. Quite old, quite expensive. Well, I suppose I should be grateful that something is distracting you from the occult for once. I fear you may be speaking too soon, my friend. Oh, God, I should have known you and your silly obsession. So, what devilry inhabits this magnificent instrument? The instrument as a whole is for the most part untainted by the ethereal realm. But its keys are what sparks my interest. Usually they've been carved from centuries-old English oak. Unusually. And that's the interesting part. I will not be disheartened by that sharp tongue of yours. The wood has gone through many incarnations before being incorporated into this device. Items of furniture, building material. In fact, just over 200 years ago, it was part of a wall. A wall of a certain inn on a well-traveled road in Wales. The unicorn? I'm so pleased you remember. I could hardly forget it, the way you have been obsessing quite heartily over it of late. Your correspondence persists in filling your head with rubbish about ghosts and demons. I count myself very lucky to have tracked down even a small piece of that hostelry. I know I've already told you some of the wonderful stories attached to it. And this instrument has had its fair share of mysterious happenings. The unusual batch of strange noises, sudden madness, and inexplicable deaths. See sense, my friend. This curiosity of yours for all things ungodly has no doubt already befouled your immortal soul. You are a fine fellow, Wilbur, but you have not a drop of romance in your body. Now, stop browbeating me for my inquiring mind and let us take dinner. Ooh, browbeating. That night, Jack was stirred from his bed by the sound of music emanating from his new instrument. His first thought was anger, mostly because the harpsichord was an antique, never intended to be played. But then he listened to the haunting, melancholy tune and felt his stomach roll inexplicably with fear. Who's down there? Wilbur, is that you? I don't know who it is. Maybe it is Wilbur. Maybe it's the Prince of Darkness. His name is Jack Freehorn. Oh my gosh, game, please. All the K's. Okay. I need to quickly open the door, so I'm taking like a 20-second break. This is the next room. Be right back. I do like a good harpsichord. Yes, virginal. All right, let's look about, shall we? Jack Freehorn was a man of modest means and desired little for comfort. The only pieces of furniture to speak of were a bed and a desk. A low, inexpensive double bed. It having recently been used, the sheets were in some disarray. Jack's desk was covered untidily in letters, notes, and papers he had been studying lately. A flintlock pistol given to Jack by his father lay gathering dust atop a pile of correspondence. It was an old pistol, never once used, but Jack always kept it loaded. Ooh, take that. Jack wasn't close enough to take the pistol. Jack took the gun with him to confront the intruder. Good thinking. Can we read the papers? A disorganized collection of writings pertaining to the occult, particularly the strange events that surrounded the Unicorn Inn in the 16th century. How could I, Trilby, possibly have known what Jack was carrying that day? An arrangement of flowers, suffering terribly in this dry environment, sat on a nearby table. The streets of Liverpool were quite appropriately dark at this time of night. All right, time to walk down the stairs, Jack, with your little candle and everything. Mom on a post. Oh, look, it's the Prince of Darkness. The sparsely furnished room below Jack's bedroom was dominated now by his new harpsichord. The same instrument was now being tormented at the spindly hands of the emaciated intruder. The absurdly expensive harpsichord was reportedly partially constructed from the wood of the notorious Unicorn Inn. Had Jack inadvertently welcomed into his house the evil of that place? Yes. The tall man was playing a haunting melody on the harpsichord. Except for his hands, his body was completely still. Interesting. The only exit lay beyond the demon. Alright, let's see if we can get a death here. Jack could not take a step further because he realized that, with a lurch, that he recognized the dark figure that sat at the keys. He had read of this strange entity that recurred frequently in stories surrounding the Unicorn Inn and the objects that were later constructed from its wood. And he knew with absolute certainty that the tall man would destroy him, were he not destroyed first. Mama riposte. Oh, okay. Oh, I can't continue? Talk to man. Jack knew that any attempt to interact with the creature could spell disaster. Alright, you really want me to shoot him, but... Ask man about himself. Okay, fine. Shoot man. You won't take me, demon! Oh, shit. Wilbur? No. Oh, God, no. But I could have sworn. You! I know you. You have... Oh, God. But please forgive me, your majesty, for my transgressions. I am a worthless, craven fool, not worth a second of your precious time. I beg you, spare me. I will redeem myself for my offense. I will be yours forever, my body, mind, and soul. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Identified himself as one Jack Freehorn. Uh-oh, Shaban's gone. This may well have been the same Jack Freehorn who went on to form a bizarre religious cult. A depraved group of paganist worshippers who were spoken of with much derision by conventional society. With my latest flashback, my knowledge of the history of the cursed wood gained another step. Before the crate, it had been a harpsichord, and sometime before the harpsichord, it had been part of some kind of hostelry in Wales. An inn called the Unicorn. Why did that ring a bell somewhere in my recent memory? I had definitely seen something in the Clanbrunwen Hotel that was linked to the place, but where? I don't... Oh, wait, what? Shit, what do you say? I said like a word. Oh, Shaban, I think you said. Okay. I wasn't close enough. Victim 3, Freehorn. The third man who desired judgment was Freehorn, who had bought from those who made luxuries with the wood that was the prince's soul. The prince came and struck down the lover of Freehorn, and Freehorn knew the name of the king. And Freehorn said, I know you now, O prince, who was the arrogant man, and I anticipate your wish, and I will devote myself to spreading the teachings you have brought me in the love of our king. And the prince was satisfied, and Freehorn called all those who would listen, and they formed an order of blessed agonies that would work to redeem the follies of the men of technology. Lovely. Okay. A neatly made bed dressed in chintzy fabrics occupied the corner of the room. A firm blue sofa was provided, presumably in order to fill up empty room space. The view of the island was quite spectacular. Anything else in the book bag? Oh, what was it? Backpack. There's a perfectly ordinary student's backpack for carrying books and personal possessions. Probably nothing else to do, but just confirm. Hey, we can't. Oh, I guess not. All right. There's a small bedside cabinet serving and a phone set on top. All right, let's go. All right. So she left. Yes, where do we find the unicorn reference? I guess is the next thing. Let's see. Yeah, let's go back up to the top of the stairs. just to see if that door is open or not. It doesn't look like it is, but just to confirm. Oh, the wall looks weird. I stared blankly. Oh, hey, how's it going, Arctic? Yeah, it's all right. It's all right so far. It seems more like narrative driven, and there isn't as much in the way of puzzles as the prior games had. That's the way it seems. So if we take the pills, we should be able to get back to see that. Or no, taking the pills only gets us back into the real world. Okay, never mind. So that won't work. All right, let's see if we can find the professor. Ask if he's seen Shaban, maybe. Doing well, Arctic. We just had our 2 weeks of short games, so we beat 40 games in 2 weeks, which was considering that the game before that lasted like 3 weeks on its own or something. It was quite a refreshing change of pace. Oh, okay, we're back to this world now. Yeah, so maybe let's actually go to the top of the stairs then. Oh wait, read the diary again. Oh, okay. This is, yeah, Felicia. Okay, never mind. This is not. I don't think he mentions the unicorn here. Okay. The only thing that sucks now is I have to. Actually, you know what? Let's save it here because I don't want to have to walk up the stairs again, or down the stairs, I should say. Oh, you tried this game yourself? Oh, really? It didn't appeal to you, gave up on it quickly. I should give it another try. Yeah, I don't know. If it's not your type of thing, I don't know whether I could recommend. I mean, unless you're kind of into the story, I'm not sure what else it would really provide you with. So if you weren't feeling it, I don't know. I mean, maybe those who complete it would feel differently, but this definitely feels like a game that if you're not into the whole horror narrative being told, I'm not sure what else it could offer you. All right, what am I saving this as? Oh, hallucination, stare. Wow. Okay. Yeah, because I forgot what was in that the room at the top of the stairs. I think it was like a pagan. It was one of those symbols or something. Oh, really? All right, yeah. You can give it another go. Oh, okay. So it's not a door, right? It's that bring her back. So it was the mannequin, right? Right. Looks like some kind of porcelain mannequin, but with bits missing. Couldn't see. Okay, right. All right. There's no way you can access that then. Okay. All right. Good to confirm, because yeah, I had forgotten what was there. All right. Question is, what are we hoping to accomplish now? From somewhere to the west, I heard the familiar sound of a door being unlocked. Maybe it's the kitchen? Lankman? Lankman, wait! Lankman, eh? So he did go through the kitchen doors. Ooh, new room. What had once been a kitchen was now some kind of torture room. I found myself wondering whether it was used for extracting information or merely to entertain the alternate hotel's hellish proprietor. Proprietor, eh? The preparation counters were splattered with the blood of the poor wretch occupying the central surface. There was an interesting imprint of blood on the north wall, suggesting that some flayed victim had been hurled against it. A horribly tormented soul was still lying on the central counter, limbs arranged oddly from spasms of agony. Okay. Is that an oven? The oven, the sole remnant of the kitchen's former usage, was stained from the inside with desperate handprints. Can we open it? No. There were 3 doors. The door back to the dining hall, a fire exit, and a third, destroyed door beyond which stone steps led downwards. Let's go outside before we go downwards. The emergency door refused to budge. It appeared to be jammed. Oh. The sole window looked out on an orange-tinted backyard in a state of advanced disrepair. Even if I could squeeze through, the frame was lined with jagged glass. Alright, fine. Oh, awesome. The grimy cellar had been abandoned for some time. A large section of floor was worn away. The worn-down area had been conquered by a swarm of greasy black beetles. Each was about the size of a child's fist. They scuttled back and forth across the floor, slipping in and out of heavy cracks in the foundations. Looking at them made me feel quite nauseous. At least 2 individuals had met with sticky ends down here. One of them had been almost completely picked clean by the beetles. The other I noticed was heavily decayed except for its hand, which was fresh and pink. I wondered if this had something to do with the puddle of water it was lying in. In the far corner of the room was a puddle of water created by drips from above. It had a curious color to it, and the drops seemed to glow with their own illumination. The liquid was having a strange effect on a nearby corpse. All right, can we get a death with the beetles? Yes. Okay, good. This concludes the text and the notes found in the Clan Brownwood Hotel on August 4th by an STP investigative team. At time of writing, Trilby remains missing in action. All right, good. So I'm glad we got a different death. All right, so we do have the meat. This is probably where we're going to use that lump of meat to feed them. We also got this thing with Lankman. Lankman, wait. It feeds. Okay, I think that's a new message. I don't think that said that before. Interesting. Okay. Feed meat to beetles. I don't understand the word. Okay, give meat to beetles. Excellent. Alright, let's get a new save in here. Here in the cellar. Yeah, it's yet to be made, unfortunately. Oh, let's look at the walls. I stared blankly. Take hand. I doubted I could have taken that with me. Alright, can we get a death with the water? A puddle of water. Drink water. It was almost as if the water was drawing me to it. Not like a scrabbling thing in my mind, like the chisel or the painting, but more like a beckoning siren. I couldn't help myself. I crouched down and dipped my hand in. It felt uncommonly refreshing and brought an amount up to my lips and my unhygienic surroundings forgotten. As a pleasant feeling of simultaneous coolness and warmth spread from my stomach, I realized that the water had some sort of rejuvenating effect. I had no explanation for this, but at the time I didn't care. I was beginning to feel in the back of my mind the familiar tickling sensation that indicated a reality shift, so I swiftly scooped a few drops of the liquid into my pill bottle, shaking it through the remaining pills. Ooh, okay. The hotel cellar was lit up by a single spotlight and seemed almost completely bare but for some dusty cardboard crates and a wine rack. A small selection of storage boxes, no doubt full of useless trinkets, were the only furniture. They contained nothing but chipped crockery and old newspapers. I had no interest in them. The wine rack was severely understocked. The hotelier had no doubt been meaning to refit it. Only one bottle remained, a dusky green one. It was a recent vintage, but a non-unpleasant one. I'll take that vintage of bottle of wine. I saw no reason to take it. What? Really? Drink the wine? I couldn't do that just then. Oh. Well, if we can't drink it and we can't take it, can we rub the wine? Pour wine? Well, you know nothing. Okay, so we got a bottle of wine. Any other exits? Doesn't look like it. The only exit was a set of steps leading back up to the kitchen. Okay. So we got one. We got a dusty green bottle of wine. Actually, is there any? Yeah. Could pour wine into our cola bottle. Stop whining. Ooh, look at the kitchen. The hotel kitchen was deserted and completely sterile. Whatever had happened to the staff, it had happened before they had started preparing dinner. Nothing was being cooked. The ovens were switched off and free of grime. Look, knives. An array of kitchen utensils hung from a series of hooks on the north wall. I could fathom no use for any of the kitchen implements. Oh. A vast, undecorated refrigerator stood in the corner. I had no interest in the hotel food storage. Oh. The preparation counters were scrubbed clean. This was clearly a very efficient kitchen. Nothing was being cooked. All right, look, window. The sole window looked out on a rather bare backyard. There were 3 doors. The door back to the dining hall, a fire exit, and a third door labeled cellar. All right, can we access this backyard here? The emergency door refused to budge. It appeared to be jammed. Damn it. Perhaps I should try rephrasing that. Perhaps I shouldn't. He's dedicated his soul, Inkle, to his quest to rid the hotel of its demonous plagues. So is this door still locked, out of curiosity? No.
Oh, Terry, it's you. Have you seen Siobhan?
I was about to ask you that.
What did you do to the girl? I hope you don't intend to seduce her away from my service.
Bed, I need you to understand. You and I and Siobhan are all in critical danger. There is something evil in this hotel, and it's closing in fast.
Mr. Railby, I have been over this hotel several times. Apart from us, there is absolutely nothing here.
Yeah, what happened to the desk receptionist?
Please keep your fairy stories in the playroom where they belong.
Whoa. Whoa, Professor, whoa. That was hardly a relevant discussion point. When did you last see Siobhan?
After you left the dining hall, she popped in for a second to tell me she was meeting with you. So, perhaps I should be the one asking you when she was last seen.
The last I saw of her was in her room. Her bedroom. I turned my back for a second and she was gone.
She's a willful girl, all right. No doubt she's gone on another of her forest explorations.
Oh, no doubt, Professor, no doubt. Do you know anything about Jack Freehorn? Do you know anything about the prince? How about the manacles? Chisel? Himself? What are you doing in here, Professor?
Just going over the display one more time for the showing. Although I have my doubts whether that's still going ahead, to be honest.
Indeed.
I don't know where the hell the hotel staff have gone, but I'm sure they're all very amused by this clever prank they're playing on me.
Indeed. All right, we're good with you for now. Let's see if we can find Siobhan outside. Up, 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 up. I just don't want this to turn back into the nightmare escape. But it might. Okay. Well. Okay. Same description. All right. Ah. Ooh. All right, well, let's walk here just to make sure nothing else happens. Small enclosed yard, some kind of hideous sacrificial altar. Yeah, so I don't think we've been back there when it was in the hallucination world. Okay. Hey, Cal. No, he just... It's like a pseudonym because he didn't want to identify himself as Trilby. So he changed around his name to Railby. All right, I think we're back. Back. All right, we're just hunting around for Siobhan here, just to see if we see her before we start heading upstairs and everything. Oh, you know what I'd like to... Oh man, these guys are back. So actually, look at the pills. It seemed like a perfectly ordinary childproof bottle of medical grade tranquilizer pills. Okay. So I guess we don't... I was wondering whether it still had the water there or not. Okay. So what if I take pill? I took another pill. Okay.
Come on.
That'd be hilarious if she were in the bathroom the whole time. Let's see. Are all these items from Defoe Manor, Professor?
Yes, pretty much all of them. I have many more in storage, but these are the most interesting and least fire damaged.
I see.
The manacles we found in the basement are probably the most ominous item if you go in for all those stories about the house.
I do.
The only thing here, not from Defoe Manor, I think, is that shingle. I just put it here to try and get rid of it.
Oh, really? That's a shingle? Oh. The thing, I thought it looked like an airplane on it. An ancient shingle from an establishment called the Unicorn was leaning against one of the tables. Could this have been the same unicorn mentioned by Jack Freehorn? The buzzing in my ears that manifested as I inspected the shingle indicated so. Oh, so that's a unicorn head. Oh, I thought it was an airplane with wings. Okay. I wasn't close enough.
I'd rather you didn't handle the exhibits. Please, Terry.
What, you said you were trying to get rid of the shingle? Come on, Professor. Don't be a jerk. Do you know anything about an inn called the Unicorn?
Ah, you noticed my shingle. I picked it up as a curiosity at an antique fair a couple of years ago. Dates all the way back to the Elizabethan period, from what I understand. But I just can't find a buyer for the damn thing.
I'll buy that.
Don't suppose you have any clients who might go for it?
Possibly. Do I have your permission to examine it?
Of course.
I may have to touch it to assess the texture.
By all means do so. As long as you're not going to test its strength over your knee or anything.
Thank you. Touch the shingle. The shingle's design was a simple one of a unicorn's head in half profile, painted with average ability on a dark oak backing. As I pressed my fingertips to it, however, the design seemed to extrude from its backing like a hologram, and it seemed to draw closer until my vision was filled with wood grain and mediocre brushstrokes. I could vaguely detect the professor speaking to me, on the very edge of hearing, but by the time I realized it, I was already gone. Somewhere in Wales, July 28th, AD 1581. We're going back in time. Owen Somerset, a traveling merchant, was on his way back to his wife and family in London, having concluded some business dealings in Ceredigion. Caught suddenly by a summer storm, he spied an inn by the side of the road and marveled that it had his good fortune. "Faith, 'tis an evil storm that blights the sky tonight." "Aye, I must have the Almighty on my side to find myself so close to an inn and as it broke out." "Aye, perhaps." The innkeeper seemed quite taciturn, but Owen was in a good mood and was determined for it not to leave him. It was probably too late to continue riding, even if the storm cleared. Owen decided to inquire after a room for the night. Owen also decided to save. Okay. So this is Owen Somerset, eh? The Unicorn was small but secure, constructed from a combination of stone and English oak. The only furniture in the reception room was a bar and a bench for seating. The bench, where presumably merry guests would sit to quaff their ale, seemed surprisingly unused to Owen. The inn counter was plain and unadorned, stained with long-dried splashes of ale. The innkeeper was stout and seemed quite young, but his eyes were haggard and sad like those of an old man. A number of ale barrels were visible behind the bar. The east door led back outside, while the door to the north presumably led to the rest of the inn. Could we leave? That'd be hilarious. Owen had no intention of leaving the inn until the storm had cleared. Ask innkeeper about himself before I asked for the room. It would have been more polite to move closer to the innkeeper to talk to him. Wow. "Good evening, sir. Would it be possible to secure a bed for the night?"
"Be a wiser man than I. Go from this place and never return."
What?
"There is a curse upon this inn. I will not have an innocent doomed to the same fate as I."
Whoa. Okay, ask innkeeper about curse. "I have plenty of gold to pay for my board."
"The devil cannot be bought off, my friend."
"What devil? What is the nature of this curse?"
"This inn was built by my father 20 years ago. From the wood of a fallen oak he stumbled on an island north of here. He noticed human bones scattered around, but did not heed them. This inn has been a curse on our bloodline ever since. Madness and death claims those who stay here. This time last year it claimed my father. Soon, I am certain, it shall claim me."
Really? So why do you remain?
"I do not believe in fleeing from the mistakes of the past. If the Almighty wills that my family must pay for our errors, then this I accept. But I would not see another suffer for our sins. Leave now, before the shadows take you."
All right, let me see. We probably won't be able to leave, but I'll try it. Nope, he had no intention of leaving. "May I ask you about your ale, sir?" Owen was not in the mood for alcohol. "Sir, I have little patience for fables, and even less for riding after sundown in the middle of a downpour. Lend me a room and I shall take the responsibility for my own well-being."
"You will insist?"
"Not only will I insist, but I will pay whatever price you ask."
"Go then, take the upstairs room. And if you remain by the Marne, you shall pay nothing at all."
"Oh, well, thank you, sir. You're very kind."
"Curse be upon me."
The guest room of the Unicorn was a little bare, but quite functional. 2 beds and a dresser were the only furniture, and a set of stairs was the only exit. A slightly decorative wooden dresser stood in the corner. Can we open that up? Open up the dresser. It was completely empty. It seemed to be only for show. Aw. The beds were simple peasant fare, the mattresses no doubt stuffed with prickly straw, but they would have to suffice. All right, sleep. On bed. Owen lay himself down, intending only to test the bed's softness. What do you mean? Didn't I say sleep? But in his exhaustion, he quickly succumbed to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, something jolted Owen from his slumber. A piercing sound? No, a piercing smell. Ooh, look at that fetid smell. The guest room of the unicorn... Oh, that's the same thing. Wait, oh. In the corner, smoke appeared to be rising from the floor. Nothing seemed to be burning in the bedroom, so the smoke had to be coming from downstairs. Check the windows before you go. The rain continued to pour down outside. Owen found the contrast quite warming. Oh no, maybe now I have to be the innkeeper because the innkeeper has been killed. Oh no, it's a fire. The unicorn was small but secure. Someone had lit a fire by the door, fitting the inn with a burning smell. A blaze had been set before the front door. By whom? The innkeeper? Oh man, can we walk in? That would be awesome if we could walk in the fire. Let's see if we can. See if we can get a death. Nope. Touch the fire. That might have made sense. Okay. Eat fire. Okay, open door. Owen was not close enough to either of the doors. Oh. Can we open the barrel here? Take barrel. Owen was not in the mood for alcohol. Oh. Smell the fire. You don't understand the word smell. The encounter was plain and unadorned, stained with the long dried splashes of ale. Sit on bench. Owen was tired, but he would rather rest on a bed than a seat. Can we push the bench? Owen wasn't sure how to. Oh my gosh, really? Move the counter. Can we take the candle? Owen doubted that he could have taken it with him. A single candle burned brightly, illuminating the room. Really? Because this seems like it would also illuminate the room. Jump over fire. Owen couldn't do that just then. We have no... Okay, we have no inventory. Extinguish fire? Owen would have to get closer to the flames first. Owen didn't have anything on hand he could use to put the fire out. Yeah. Well, there's no, like, chamber pot or anything, huh? We can't take the ale. Take sheets. Oh, okay. Can I climb? Can I escape via the window? Owen took the sheet with him, presumably for comfort. Open window. Owen intended to remain on the dry side of the wall. Really? What am I going to be doing? Fanning the flames? That doesn't sound like a good idea. Man, getting out of the... Going down the stairs is also tough. What in God's name? Oh God, it's him, the innkeeper. He's... What kind of... Who could have... Oh man. That was even worse than Mobutu's death, or whatever his name was. Once again I returned, disoriented from my vision. I was closing in on the source of the madness. The innkeeper had said that the wood came from a tree on an island. Could that have been Clanbronwyn Island? Given what I was seeing, it seemed a valid, if alluring possibility. Besides that, it seemed I had no other leads. So what would I do? I was determined not to let the trail end there, if there were just a single clue. Okay, let's take the... So I guess... And what happened to the professor? I wasn't close enough. Trilby. I know you are following a trail. Go to the roof if you wish to proceed. Lankman. Victim 2, the innkeeper. The second man who desired judgment was the innkeeper who had bought the wood of the tree and built from it his house. The prince came to him and his guest, and he struck the innkeeper down, and the innkeeper knew the name of the king. And the prince turned to the innkeeper's guest, and he said, You I shall not let live, for once is up with the internet, man? Man, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I think we are back, but geez. It is definitely time for some debugging. I think that's safe to say. All right, so anyway, the only thing I did was I just saved. So we're gonna have to try to go to the roof, which means we should hopefully go to the top floor and that door will be open this time. Oh, we got another thing here on the desk. The reception desk was a cheap pint of fare and adorned with papers and materials. A porcelain leg lay upon the desktop. Ooh. I took the leg with me. The porcelain body parts were made with a truly obsessive care for detail. The ends where presumably the organ would connect to the rest of the body were painted a lurid red. What? I thought I just got the leg, though. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to be collecting them. Porcelain leg left. Wow. Time to start collecting the body parts. Perhaps. Collect all 7 body pieces. It would be great if we could just go on the fire escape and get to the top that way, rather than navigate these awful staircases. The door is still stuck or locked, and we couldn't pick it. You succeed in picking the lock, but the door still refused to open. Damn it. Damn it, door. You don't know how to do any of that. Alright, so... Can we get out via the fire escape? It seems like getting that door open is our #1 priority at the moment. I pushed my way through the door and ascended the... Okay, so there's no way to ascend the fire escape. That sucks. Alright. Alright, so then we ought to just restore then. Since we can't do anything on the lower floor. We could try maybe the door in the back. That's also not open. The emergency door. No, it was jammed. So what do we have? We have the cola. The window is far too small to comfortably accommodate me. Yeah, we got the cola, pills, and lockpicks. What happens if you take the pills while you're already in the real world? I took another pill. Does that get you into the other? No, it doesn't. Okay. I doubted I could have taken that with me, really. So what's the point of it? I saw no reason to take it. Recent vintage, but a not unpleasant one. Strange. Maybe I can push it or something? Maybe it opens a secret passage? But why is it a recent vintage? Pull wine. Smooth wine bottle. Twist wine. Turn wine. Alright. I tried. I guess we could take a look outside. That's the bar. Oh, wait. Oh, because we hadn't, this is a different save. It was a finely crafted porcelain facsimile of a leg. A left leg, I was certain. So maybe we have to find the other body parts in the other rooms? I don't know. Yeah, oh yeah, there's another leg up here too, actually, I think. There was also a porcelain leg lying on the right-hand side. Nice. Okay, so we got the right leg. The safe was completely empty. I wasn't sure whether to be relieved or terrified. All right, so maybe we got to just hunt down all of the parts. Let's look outside. Ah, yes, here's a hand or arm. Bizarrely, there was a porcelain arm laid out in the path in front of the main entrance. I took the arm with me. Okay, we got the right arm. So now we need the left arm. We always got to look to see whether it's, maybe we can see it from the knot holes. No. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to find body parts in the hotel, though, is the problem. Or in the, sorry, in the dead hotel, whatever. Burn. So I'm half debating whether I should, maybe take another pill, because if we want to collect all the body parts, being in this world may not help us do that. So this is 1. Our room was on 3. Shaban and the professor were on 2, right? Let's try 2 first. Okay, nothing. Look in the backpack to make sure. Okay. Okay, nothing here. Door's locked. Okay, nothing in the backyard. Alright, let's check our room on 3. I forgot which one. Were we 3B, maybe? C. Ah, yes, here's another body part. Okay, good. So this must be the left arm. Okay, so maybe if we connect them to the mannequin that's at the top of the stairs, that will then open our path to the roof. Okay, good. Now it's... So we may... Oh, we're probably still missing the head, though. Because, yeah, it just as a torso. Yeah, we're probably missing the head. Bring her back. Put parts in dummy. I don't understand the word parts. Put arm in dummy. I replaced the left arm. I replaced the right arm. I replaced the left leg. I replaced the right leg. Okay. The stairwell was built from old concrete. Strangely, there was some kind of dismembered porcelain dummy mounted to one of the walls. I couldn't see how... Okay. Alright, so we still need to get the head. So we probably need to... Let's take a pill. We're going to have to go to... probably in the other... The convention room or the office or something. We're going to have to find the head. The head. So I wonder if this is Felicia or someone else. Maybe it's Shaban. Porcelain parts from her. Try to remember, was there anything in room 1? I don't remember. Or in floor 1. I don't think there was, right? I think I only got the fire escape on this one. Just making sure though. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's nothing on floor 1. Get ahead. Take up arms. Wow, marble. Marble. Whoa. Whoa. Uh-oh. Save. We're gonna get another death here, it looks like. Bop, 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 bop. Apron man. Father, why? Okay, we got pills, speedy cola. Oh, you probably just have to wake up. But let's try taking the death. Oh, there was no death. Damn it. Damn it, game. What a disappointment. Oh, Professor is here. Is the Professor dead? Oh no, that's just his gray hair. Okay. A bed sat at the bar, somewhat the worse for drink. He appeared to be staring fixedly at a disembodied porcelain head in front of him. Ask Professor about head. May I borrow that head, Professor?
Oh, I see. You took one companion of mine away, and now you want another.
Whoops.
You don't understand. No one understands me. Go get a drink, then we'll talk. Or go get me a drink.
Okay, fine. Oh, this is where I have to get him the wine. Probably. I just want to see what the line of dialogue I missed. A bed, it's just a head. What could you possibly need it for? Okay. Alright, so I guess now we can get the wine. Probably. Whoa, and go, whoa. There's no reason why we couldn't have just taken this earlier. Oops, not whiner. I took the wine. Perhaps this would appease the drunken professor upstairs. I knew a little about wine, and I was pretty sure this was a good year. Really? Professor. And we're going to be ODing on these pills when all is said and done. Professor? Where's he gone now? Okay, so that's why they did it. Because they didn't want you to actually get it from him. Damn it, Professor. Alright, now we gotta find him. Maybe he went to the bathroom. If not, I guess we'll check his room. Okay, not here. Not in the bathroom. Go back to this mess. So he was in 2B, I guess. His body is here, his soul is not. Oh, I don't think we've been here in this. I didn't understand the word. Oh, look. Blood spatters covered every wall and surface in the room, as if someone had lost a fight with some horrible beast here. Metal tables and some kind of stone altar all showed evidence of recent slaughter. A mangled old sofa stood in one corner. The sofa was rotting in green color, and some kind of sharp weapon had created a slash right across the fetid cushions. 2 steel tables were provided as some kind of work surface. Bloodstains and a severed head were a strong indication of what kind of work they were intended for. The head was too badly smashed and mangled to recognize. Even if I could have foreseen a purpose for it, I had no intention of pocketing that disgusting thing. Where there had once been a bed, there was now some kind of stone altar. Chains and manacles indicated that it was for sacrificial purposes. Alright. Take a pill. Open door. Oh, he's not here. Damn it. Damn it, Professor. Are you in the backyard? Probably not. Just since we're there, I figured I would check. Let's check Siobhan's room. I don't like having to... No. Get out here. I don't like going on these wild goose chases to find out where these people went to. Maybe he went... Is that door open? It doesn't look like it is. Just hate walking up and down the stairs. It sucks. Good training for StairQuest. Hey, Lucid, super spooky, I would say no, but it's got some decent atmosphere. Okay. All right, back to this. Oh, you know what? Let me check. Maybe the head was put there. No. I was hoping the head would be placed. It was not. Okay. Oh, we never saw Siobhan's room while in that world. So let's do that. In this hallucinogenic world. So we still need to recover the head. The door was stuck shut. What? God damn it. You can get there. All right. Oh man. All right. I guess we'll go outside. Trying to find the professor. Yeah, no elevator, true. Oh, we didn't look in the office. We'll do that. Okay. Wait a minute. Shouldn't that safe be open? I know it is in the real world, but the door was jammed shut. Came something's relief. All right. Oh man. Can I just take one of these heads instead? I was loath to even go near them. Alright, so nothing upstairs. Where haven't we checked? We could go back down to the basement. Although, wait a minute. Shouldn't I be in the... Hang on, yeah. I need to be in the real world to find the professor, I think. Okay. Let's check the office again. You can do it. Okay. I mean, the bar was where he originally, yeah, he's not there anymore. Oh, come on. All right. Can we drink the wine in his stead then? I flatter myself that I am too much of a professional to drown my sorrows. Ugh. Okay. Emergency door still jammed. What happens if we drink the cola? I took a swig of the beverage. I could almost feel the caffeine starting to heat up my brain. Oh, maybe this makes us enter the bad world? Maybe. Yeah. So maybe that allows us to go back and forth. I just hadn't really tried it before. Okay. Interesting. So we can control our jump. Is there anything to do with the hand? So it's supposed to be rejuvenatory, but I don't know what getting the water on our pills, how that helps it how that's affected anything at all. Oh God, no! Wait, so the professor entered the real, or the hallucination world? Abed's drunken misery had caused him to shift into the dark hotel. The jolly man of whom I had grown fond lay decapitated on the floor. With Shaban's disappearance, I was now truly alone. The professor had known nothing of the horror. He was blameless and ignorant of any matter involving Defoe Manor or accursed idol. But it seems my dark captor cared little for these facts. Why haven't you killed me too, you skinny bastard? If you can do it so easily, so quickly, why won't you face me? The guy comes out of the poster. In a display of a warped sense of humor, the porcelain head was sitting where Abed's old one had been. Alright, well now we can get our precious head. I pulled the head out of the stump, trying not to think about the wet cracking noise this caused. Okay. The porcelain body parts... Okay, that's the generic description. Okay. Oh, can you look at the machine now? Is there something on there now? No, blankly. Alright. So we do need it to be this world, because we now want to put the head on the mannequin at the top of the stairs. Oh, man. I don't know how many times in this game I've had to walk up and down the stairs, but it's definitely been too many. It's very annoying to do it. Yes, although I'm not sure if an elevator... Well, an elevator probably would be better, but... Still annoying, probably. He walks fairly slowly, and... It's like tight getting around those corners. Put head in dummy. I replaced the head. The body was intact. For reasons I couldn't explain, I sensed that something had changed back in the real world. What kind of ridiculous lockingism is this? Alright, so if we take a pill, and then maybe this will open the door to the roof now. Okay. Yes. All right. Excellent. All right, let's get a roof save. Mabuta. I wonder how many flashbacks we're going to need. Oh, probably one, because we have not seen Victim 1. All right. The view of the island was spectacular, but most of the roof seemed to be sectioned off by a metal fence. Just about the only feature within reach was a piece of paper held down by a stone. Most of the roof was sectioned off, presumably for safety reasons. The view was amazing. I could see the entire island, including the tiny port village I had arrived at. I toyed with the idea of making a distress signal, but it would probably go unnoticed. Well, it's worth trying. Okay. Take stone. Okay, here. Flashback. Clanbrunwyn Island, July 28th, AD 1501.
A sturdy tree, this. It took us from dawn to dusk, but we finally have it down.
I'm tired, Father.
'Twas indeed clever of us to investigate this island, eh, boy? I have never seen such a gigantic oak, nor do I expect to again. But its wood shall keep us in the business of carpentry for years to come.
Father, look at those stones. Do you think there was once a house here?
It matters not. Why must you always look everywhere but at what matters? This is your...
Father? Is something troubling you, Father?
Oh.
Oh, am I supposed to be doing something right now? Well, I have a saber in case. Oh yeah, you are. What did Boyle do next? Boyle could only watch, paralyzed, as a demon tore into his father. I want to take a death. I guess you can't, though. A monstrous man, tall and thin to an inhuman degree, tore at Boyle's father's lifeless body with some kind of metal staff. Boyle had to do something. Oh, you can't even look at the father? Look, tree. The gigantic stump that evidenced the labors of Boyle and his father dominated the clearing. Through his terror, Boyle was only half aware of a loose stone lying by his feet. Yes, the stone. I want to get a death. A small stone about the size of a fist was lying near Boyle's feet. It seemed quite weighty. Alright, throw stone at demon. Did he catch it? Huh? Where am I? I must have shifted into the dark world during the vision. Trilby! Shaban? Is that you? Oh, thank God. I thought I was all alone. What happened to you? I don't know. After you knocked me out in my room, I woke up and everything was like this. The hotel's ruined. There's blood everywhere. I saw this horrible man. Tall, thin, long black coat? You know him? Enough to know you're lucky to be alive. He didn't notice me, so I ran up here to hide. How did you get past the doll? What doll? Trilby, what the hell is going on? I told you what would happen if you followed me into the shadows. This isn't your problem. Take these. Oh no, don't give her all the pills. What are these? Tranquilizer pills. Take one. When you calm down, the hotel will go back to normal. Won't you need them? I don't need to run away anymore. Trilby, wait. Where are you going? I know enough now. I know where the wood came from, and I know what I must do. Perhaps I can find a way to end this. So I was right. The cursed wood came from Clanbrunwyn Island. But what good does that knowledge do me? Wait a second. I never got around to reading the letter I took from under that rock. Yeah, victim 1. Trilby, I'm very close to ending this. Meet me in the hotel basement. I must show you my discovery. The other page was another one of those religious papers. The Book of Victims, Victim 1, the Woodcutter. The first of those against whom the prince sought vengeance was the woodcutter, he who had held the axe that first felled the tree. The prince came to him and his son, and he struck the woodcutter down, and the woodcutter knew the name of the king. And the prince turned to the woodcutter's son, and he said, You I shall let live, for you are young and are of the innocent, and that you may go among your people, and tell them of what I will wrought. And the woodcutter's son fled, and told all of what he had seen, but the men of technology are arrogant, and his words were unheeded. Indeed. Okay, so, I'm wondering whether actually what's his name, Lankman, might actually be the prince, and he's taking us there to kill us. So I'm also hoping though we could find that tree in the woods and then you know, do whatever we need to do, kind of thing. So we'll definitely save before we go into the basement, because that could be a little bit of a sticky situation. Per chance to dream. Yeah, door disappeared because, yeah, the door was only existed in the real world. It doesn't exist in this hellhole hallucination world. Yeah, maybe there have been like one or two others, or types of deaths at least there could be, but I thought the guy in the chainsaw was going to kill us, but he didn't. John Defoe. Alright, so let's save here even before we go down in there. Okay. Yeah, this is a regular one. No. Oh. He's not here. Oh. Do we have to go into the real world? Oh, I don't remember seeing that drain, but I guess it was always there. Alright. Well, we don't have the pills, though, right? Yeah, so I can't even get back to that world. I could drink some wine? No. No. But soda's not going to help me. I took a swig of the beverage. I could almost feel the caffeine starting to heat up my brain. So, I don't know if it wears off naturally, but we have no other way to get back to the real world to even meet him up here. Interesting. Okay. Wait. Open door, I said. You couldn't pick that open? Oh. Just go up the stairs, right? It's not a door. Maybe I can I open this door again? Finally? No. Ah, god damn it. Alright, so I guess we have to walk around until this wears off, or we could try searching the woods. Might as well, since we don't have the ability to return back with the pills. This has been a lot more linear and easier than the first two games in the series, I will say that. And one of the deaths I definitely got intentionally. Okay. So there's no way we can walk to the woods, huh? Nope. I don't want to have to go back upstairs to the... Oh, there is no way I could get to her to find the roof, actually. Shoot. What are we going to do? Alright, let's just make sure there's nothing going on in none of these rooms. Professor's... We didn't even discuss the professor being dead with Shaban. I'm curious, can we actually get more meat? Yeah, okay. Nice. Alright, so we did get more meat. Is there anything on this table there? No. Well, maybe there is something we can do in the basement with, like, the hand or something. Snack for later. So the beetles aren't here anymore, so we can't die there, but maybe we can do something with the hand or the water. Drink water. I didn't need to anymore. I doubt I could have taken that with me. Yeah, so it is rejuvenating, but... Floor water in bottle. Someone had dug a hole in the foundations. Okay, so that was new. I thought it was like a drain. Large enough to admit a man. All right, so there's a hole here now. The hole seemed to lead into some kind of tunnel that gradually expanded into an underground cavern. Enter a hole. Nice. All right, here we go. I was in some kind of cavern dug out of the rock beneath the hotel. It seemed to be in a constant state of flux, flitting back and forth between the real world and its dark twin. Oh. I was certain that the gigantic stump in the middle of the floor had something to do with this. Ah, there we go. There's the stump. What do I need next? Look, stump. This was it, I was certain. The remains of the tree that Boyle and his father cut down. Its wood being later used to construct an inn, a harpsichord, a shipping crate, and an idol. I could feel that same scrabbling in my mind that I had felt just before all of my visions. This time it was the stump itself that seemed to be beckoning me closer. Ooh. I wonder if it makes a difference which time you stand on it. No. I want to look at it when it has the symbol. Oh, same. In Dark World, a symbol was drawn out on the stump in blood, a circle containing a square with 4 triangles around it. I spotted some chains hanging from the walls that came and went with Dark World. Perhaps the cave had been used for rituals. Stand on stump. I wasn't sure how to. What? Touch the stump. Clanbranwen Peninsula, July 28th, 55 BC. Oh, why'd you time out Inkle? Asshole. Cabadath, a Celtic druid, awaits the return of his friend and colleague Gelden, who brings news of the invasion of Anglesey by the Roman Suetonius Plotinus. A Celtic druid? Oh, okay. There's Baxi. Having fallen out of favor with his fellows for certain radical beliefs and activities, Cabadath lives in solitude in this remote forest clearing and prefers not to travel himself. Cabadath, Galden, you bring news? The foreigners have landed. They could not be deterred by our sorcery. All is lost. Oh, certain are you? They are making their way across the land, eliminating resistance. Even you out here will be brought down within days. I'm sorry, Cabadath. And the great druids of Anglesey bow so easily to this brash foreign power? Do not hang your head yet, my friend. Perhaps the activities for which I was ostracized could yet spell an answer. What are you talking about? You know of my dealings with the ethereal realm? I know what you claim. That there exists some otherworldly territory populated by demons and creatures of magic. And that you, Cabadath, can somehow commune with these creatures. Come inside and I shall explain. Cabadath, what is this madness? In my dealings with the ethereal realm, I have learned of many powerful demons and elementals. But there is one spoken of only reluctantly, a beast possessing of awesome power. You plan to summon a demon? The most terrible of them all, who strikes fear into even the most unflappable creatures I have spoken with. A pain elemental, indeed the only pain elemental, ruler of a desolate wasteland where none venture, an invulnerable, hugely potent beast that feeds on the agony of others. And today is his day, the day when the boundaries between the realms weaken and he glimpses our world. To bring him through at that point should be simple. Even if you could conjure such a thing, how would you have it defend our land? I have much knowledge in the ways of magic. With the correct bindings, any demon can be forced to my will. I completed the preparations while I waited for your return. All that remains is the summoning. Cabadath, it pains me to see you build your hopes on such nonsense. Be silent and watch. You shall see your nonsense soon enough. In this hall of death, and by the light of Balanis's gift, I summon you.
I bring you gifts to mark your path. I feed you with pain. I call you with madness. I summon you with the greatest loss. And I bind you by your true name, Chzo.
By the gods!
I have reached out to you through the void, Chzo. I command you by your true name. Show yourself.
Kabadath, please stop this!
Show yourself.
By two tattoos! It's huge!
It is larger than I anticipated. But Chzo must obey the rules of magic. It is bound. I can command it.
Kabadath?
No, it is far more powerful than I thought. Golden, help me.
Forgive me, Kabadath. I'm out of here.
No, Golden, I beg you. Don't let it take me alive.
Chzo, of course, has no use for meat. It feeds on pain. It does not kill its prisoners. Indeed not. Kabadath's agony was a particularly rare morsel, and Chzo ensured it would last. His soul was placed inside an oak sapling on the site of his old home to grant his body immortality. For 5 centuries, as the tree grew, he knew torment beyond even his most depraved imaginings. By then his body was warped, and his mind long fallen into soulless dementia. He was Chzo's, utterly and completely his slave. Trilby! Shaban, you were supposed to leave. I couldn't, Abed, the professor, he's dead. I know. He was killed by the shadows. Just like they will kill you if you don't get away from here. What is this place? What is this about? This cave is the center of the reality shift. This stump is what's causing it all. How? It is the vessel for the soul of the tall man. The acolyte of Chzo. Lankman, nice to see a friendly face. Amazing, isn't it? Of all the things Sir Roderick could have used to murder his son, he chose that idol, placing the soul of John Defoe into the wood alongside Kabadath's, infusing the poor retard with Chzo's magic, allowing him to come back infinitely more powerful than before. Certainly pretty lucky. Lucky. Chzo had to wait 2,000 years for that opportunity. The opportunity to blend magic and science in a single entity. The opportunity to create the bridge. What are you talking about? The bridge between the realms, over which Chzo will cross into our universe and purify mankind. Our order has waited 200 years for the prophecy to be fulfilled. You're not with the Ministry of Occultism? Who are you? 200 years ago, the prophet Jack Freehorn founded the Order of Blessed Agonies. Since then, we have grown and watched and waited. It was only in recent years that the events foretold in the Book of Chzo began to occur. It mentioned John Defoe, and it mentioned you. Me? You are the one prophesied to guide the bridge keeper to his destiny. But you didn't finish the job. All 3 aspects of John Defoe had to be destroyed to create the bridge: body, mind, and soul. You only destroyed his body. His soul and mind remained. Had I known about this, I wouldn't have even done that. That will truly disappoint my superiors. They were quite adamant that I should try to persuade you to join our cause and fulfill your foretold duty. Is that why you were helping me? They thought if I guided you through your visions and showed you the appropriate passages from our holy books, you'd understand that the prophecy is real. You honestly believed I joined some insane cult just because you handed me some leaflets? Personally, no. A knife in my gut brought an explosion of ice-cold agony. I heard the pitter-patter of my blood on the rocky floor. The pain, the surprise, and my exhaustion went together to cause immediate unconsciousness. Well, in my injured state, I could barely move. My limbs refused to respond. I was as weak as a newborn. Lankman? Oh, good, you're awake. I was afraid you'd miss this. What are you doing? After your staggering ineptitude in default manner, the Order needed to nudge things along. We need a connection to Chzo to help administrate his coming. And today might be the only opportunity we have all year to summon the Tall Man. You're going to bring that thing into our world? With a standard ritual of blessed agonies and an offering. After he takes your life, he will be grateful to us. And then he will guide us to our destiny. So why did you stab me? What if I'm already dead by the time he gets here? You won't be. Men like you, Trilby, die on their own terms. They don't weakly let their life slip away from one measly knife wound. Hush now. Kabadath is coming. Ooh, Lankman. Lankman. Hey, that you could see that like from the start of the game that Lankman is bad. A villain. A villain most evil. Evil. Oops. Stump. From my position, I could only see a small portion of the Wavering Cavern. I could see the idol of John Defoe on the stump beside me, and my bloody waistcoat lying discarded in the corner. With my other senses, I could detect the presence of Siobhan and the redoubtable Lankman. I could not see Siobhan, but I could hear her trying to moan through a gag. The treacherous cultist was wandering around the stump in a manner that I suppose was relevant to his ritual. I lay splayed across the stump that housed the soul of Kabadath the Druid, my blood seeping into the long-dead grain. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the idol that I had come here for, sitting beside me, its importance now infinitely reduced in my eyes. Oh, I call thee from the north. Ooh. I stare blankly. I wanted to see the death. There is one. Up. I call thee from the east. I call thee from the south. Are you going to call him from the west next? Oh, can we look at the waistcoat? Strangely, my first thought was a vision of the repair and laundry bill. I call thee from the west. Yes. Reality flits from realm to realm, tormented, confused. And this menace that we might bring thee to us. Are you gonna start summoning him from every direction again? And at Kabadath? The prince is arriving. I present thee with blessed agonies, body, mind, and soul. I present thee with the guide failed in his duty for thee to judge. Oh my gosh, how much? How long is this gonna go on for? Come. Come. I prefer you instead. Okay. That was a little anticlimactic, but all right. It is a new death. We'll take it. We'll take it. All right, so we got to do something with the idol, probably. My attempts to move only made things worse. I felt a stab of pain. Something snapped behind my eyes, filling my vision with spots. Really? So you got the idol and your waistcoat. That's it? Okay. And what do we have? We have cola, meat, and wine. Drink some wine. Okay. Pour wine. No, you don't understand pour. Can I kick the idol? I was losing blood steadily. My arms and legs were limp and unresponsive. I couldn't move. Alright, so if we can't move, it's going to be a talking thing. So ask Lankman about Defoe. Let's get him talking.
You had the idol of John Defoe all along.
I did. I place it here to reunite the wood with the tree from which it came. Cabadath will appreciate the sentiment.
Why is John Defoe the bridge? What makes him so special?
He was born in the scientific realm and killed with magical wood. The magic brought him back as a wraith. As such, he is an entity of both realms, of both magic and science. 1 foot on each side of the border. He is the bridge, just as the prophecy said. Interesting. Alright. Can we ask you about the waistcoat? I did not consider that a relevant topic of conversation. Stump.
The stump. It's causing the reality shift.
It's partly that. Partly it's today's date, too.
What's so special about it?
July 28th is the day when the border between the ethereal realm and the scientific realm weaken. It is the day when Chzo takes his yearly gaze upon our world. And the day when the tall man is given leave to exact vengeance on those who torment the wood that is his soul. The pain was now replaced with an ice-cold numbness that was spreading fast. The room was spinning before my eyes. Okay, ask Lankman about Shaban.
Shaban, are you there?
She's here, but she can't answer you.
She has nothing to do with this, Lankman. Let her go.
On the contrary, it is important that all three of us be here. It is part of the ritual. Oh, we should ask Lankman about himself.
And what do you get out of this madness, Lankman?
I am a member of the Order of Blessed Agonies. Their will is my will.
Lankman, I work for the government. We can help you. Let us go, and we can protect you from the Order.
You have entirely the wrong impression. I love the Order, and this task they have given me is my greatest honor. A thief such as yourself could never understand such devotion. Okay. Want to ask about the prince?
Why are you summoning the tall man? What possible use could he be to you?
You've been experiencing flashbacks, I know. You saw Cabadath's attempt to summon Chzo, yes?
I saw that he failed quite drastically.
They assumed our lord could be summoned with any old basic demon summoning rite. But Chzo is far greater and more powerful than his rivals. He's very nearly a god of pain. It takes a great amount of magic and a much more complex ritual to summon one such as he. We do not know it, but the tall man does. He will guide us and teach us. Will he? That's about Chzo.
The tall man is Cabadath, right?
I'm glad to see you are paying attention. That was it? Okay. Same thing. Can we ask about the ritual?
What does this ritual entail? What are you going to do to us?
To you I have done all I need. To bring Cabadath to us, we must tempt him with the 3 blessed agonies. The blessed agonies of the mind, the body, and the soul. I am well conditioned to act as the mind. Your wound makes you the body. The girl will have to suffice as the soul. Interesting. Okay, what about these chains? Is that... No. Okay, so we can't ask about that. Ritual, Chzo Mythos. Defoe Manor we talked about. We asked about the stump. What about the professor?
And what do you get out of this madness, Lankman?
I am a member of the Order of Blessed Agonies. Wait, is this weird sauce? Their will is my will.
Lankman.
Oh yeah, we've seen this. Okay.
What is this Order of Blessed Agonies? Some kind of cult?
You use that word as if it is derogatory. We are the worshippers of Chzo, the practitioners of blessed agony. And only through pain can a man be purified. We are the purest of them all. Blessed agonies. Same thing. Pain. Oh, it's the same as the ritual. I mean, I assume we have to talk about something to get out of here because we can't really move, right? So, yeah, okay. Can we give? Wait a minute. The pills. We have the soda. Give soda to Lankman. My other time and place. Lock. Wine. Oh, it's too late. Oh no! Oh, maybe we can do anything until he comes here. It was becoming harder and harder to breathe. Air rattled in and out of my lungs like a buzzsaw. Okay. The treacherous cultist was okay. So we probably have to do something when the guy is visible. Cola. Does he only show up in the dark world, or does he show up in both? Maybe we could. We can't like throw anything at him. But we have the wine and the cola. I stare blankly. Ropes. I was unable to speak. Oh, it's already too late. Roll. Move. Couldn't. Blow. Ended Capadeath. Below on idle. I understand the word below. Capadeath. My vision was clouding up around the edges. It seemed like my stubborn will was the only thing keeping me alive. Trying to wait till he's here. But... I present thee with blessed agonies, body, mind, and soul. Maybe if we kill Shaban. Yeah, you can't. So you can't do anything when he's actually there. Capadeath is there. Only when he. Then I know at the end he walks over to us. Can I just die in advance? I died. Wait, did that work? That worked? No. It hurts. Well, then didn't we foil his plan? Because the body doesn't count if it's dead already? Then you can't torture it? This might be what you have to do. Okay, so he is showing up in the real world, or trying to. Right? That's the whole point. He's fusing from... Look, Capadeath. It hurts. Okay, yeah. I don't think we can... I think we did die. So he's gonna get pissed, maybe, that the body's already dead? What? He's dead? No, that's not possible. Master? Master, please, no! 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 Dying was the answer. Trilby?
Go back, Trilby.
Leave me alone. I'm dead.
Not yet, not fully. Your mind and soul are drifting apart from your body. With enough power, there is still time to pull them back. But you must have the will to return.
Forget it. I've had enough. I did the assignments. I made myself useful. I lived up to the reputation Defoe Manor gave me. Today, I gave everything I could. And I still died.
There is still work to be done. You have not yet completed your duty.
I'm sick of duty. I'm sick of prophecy. I'm sick of giving out Cedrics. Just let me sleep.
Stronger men than you have tried to fight destiny. None succeed. Past, present, and future are all different faces of the same die, and few can see them all at once. But I can, and the future demands that you live. Return now. I have marked the path.
Please, just let it end.
Pleading to me is useless. I am just as much a prisoner of fate as you. The future your actions are destined to bring about has already taken place. Without your part, I would not be here to restore you to life. So you see, by my mere presence, your decision is already made.
Who are you?
A murderer and a madman, and a puppet of forces neither of us could possibly comprehend.
Are we in the hospital? Trilby, say something. What? You're alive. Oh God, I didn't even know if I was doing it properly. But I did it. You're alive. Where's Lankman? That tall man took him. He did something horrible to him. And then he took him away. Where's my waistcoat? My waistcoat? Shh, don't talk. I've already called for an ambulance. Let's get you back upstairs. Wait, see that wooden idol? Yes. Bring it with us. Wrap it tightly enclosed and bring it with us. Don't let it touch your bare skin. Oh, okay. And now it sits across from me. The reality shift had cleared up and we were free to leave. An STP cleanup crew arrived with the ambulance. No trace of a bed or the hotel staff was found. Officially, they've been classified as unexplained disappearances. Lankman and the tall man seem to have also vanished, which does not surprise me in the least. Shaban signed the Official Secrets Act, and last I heard is staying with her parents to recuperate. Which just leaves me to write up my notes, with the idol that haunts my dreams gazing at me from across my desk. Really? The STP didn't take it? I was dead. I can't pretend I wasn't. No amount of CPR could have brought me back from where I was. So who did? The man in red? Who was he if not an insane hallucination and brain death? Unimportant. I am alive and that's all that matters. Just that and the destiny of this wretched statuette that I am apparently fated to carry out. Every instinct in my being wants to burn it to ashes and grind them into the dirt, but I do not. Lankman spoke of a prophecy, that the destruction of John Defoe's soul would somehow help him, and his order summoned their dark god. So if I destroy the idol, they win, but what else can I do? I certainly can't keep it. I know from experience that it leaks malevolent influence like a broken pipe leaks water. The only other option is to hide it, but where can I hide such a thing and ensure that it is never found again by human hands? Take it into space, why don't you? Because this leads into 7 days of sacrifice. I shall have to think about this. Trilby, July 29th of July, 1997. The fulfillment of the prophecy continues. The ritual for the summoning of Chzo will go ahead. Events have been set in motion that cannot be stopped.
have the blood of the kind. Now we must wait and prepare. Aye. At this time there came a man from the land of technology, and though his wisdom was great and his power advanced, he had the willfulness of his fellows, and so he was the arrogant man. And on the 8th and 20th day of the 7th month of the year of the arrogant man, the king gazed upon the land of technology, and saw the arrogant man, who spake thus. O king, I beseech you, for this land has become corrupt without your benevolent hand, and darkness seems to envelop us all. I demand of you to cross the border between our lands and make things right, for my power is great, and I have it in my power to control one even as great as you. And the king was rightly amused, for while the arrogant man's power was indeed great, the king's power was greater still, and the king said, I will not submit myself, for firstly my power is greater than yours, and not yours to command. Secondly, while my capabilities are many, it is impossible for me to enter the land of technology, for the border is a dark and treacherous ocean I cannot will away. But I will do this for you, O arrogant man. For all the bigness of your head, you are still small enough to be spared the rigors of the dark ocean. I shall rescue you from the darkness in the land of technology, and you shall live in my household, and here you will learn humility. And as the king said it, so it was so, and the arrogant man crossed the ocean to the house of the king, where he was brought before his majesty, who said, Now you must repay me for the slight your arrogance caused me, for despite your insult I love you as I love every man and beast, and you must learn to take this love into your heart. And the king took the body and mind of the arrogant man and separated them from his soul, and this he placed in a great tree in the land of technology, and with this action he announced, Now you are the tree, and the tree is you, and the wood is your soul. With this gift of separation your body shall not wither or die throughout your lessons. But should any man interfere with the tree that is your soul on the day that is mine, I shall lend you the power to confront them and strike them down with fitting vengeance. And then he touched the arrogant man and filled his heart with his warming love, and the arrogant man became the prince, and he knew the name of the king. And the prince in the court of the king bowed down and wept, and sang with great praise the name of the king, for great and generous was his wisdom. The Books of Chzo, Book of the Prince, Chapter 2. Trilby's Notes. Conceived, written, designed, and programmed by Ben Yahtzee Croshaw. Play a piano ditty. So yeah, I think from a storytelling aspect, that was a lot better than big step up from the prior two games. More cinematic too. But from a gameplay perspective, it's far more linear. And really not many in the way of puzzles. Let's lower this a little bit. Very loud. I mean, I like it does explain the first two games, or the game that came before it in the chronology and the game that came after it, in a pretty satisfying way. But yeah, I felt it was so heavy on the storytelling that it didn't... I don't know. There wasn't... The gameplay was... I don't want to say minimal, but it was very straightforward. Yeah, interesting though. Oh, D, thank you for... Yeah, thank you everyone for the GGs and the congrats and the yummy bribe. So I think it was more impressive technically and cinematically and from a storytelling perspective. But I think the gameplay was more basic and simplistic. I mean, overall, it's probably a better overall experience, I think, but probably the only puzzle of actual... The only thing that was beyond a very straightforward puzzle was probably that end there. The locked door in the diner. Wait, what diner? Oh, you mean getting into the convention room?
by just switching worlds. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't whole wasn't a lot going on. I mean, most of it was just like very, very like basic, just inventory puzzles. Yeah, use of inventory. Yeah. I mean, definitely if you haven't played the two games, most of the backstory and the stuff you're just not going to care about. So you definitely, I wouldn't recommend playing this without having played the first two games, because then you get an appreciation for the through line of the, the Idol and John Defoe and Chzo and the possession. And I like how it definitely like teases what's going to happen in 7 Days a Stranger, or 7 Days a Skeptic.
Good job, Eppo. By the way, what is your opinion of the unprecedented flurry of trade deadline moves in the MLB this year? Dodgers get another Cy Young pitcher, Washington gutting their team, Rizzo no longer a Cub, etc.
Oh, many things. Thank you, BDR, for the 100 bits. Yeah, we can definitely talk about that maybe after the showdown. Thank you. A lot of activity. The prior two games are definitely harder than this in terms of puzzles, for sure. For sure. Stop reading. Yes, please. Yes, 345 will be the IF game. Yeah. Basically, because we we ended with the last regular game was game 300, the Lost Crown, and we were slated for 305 to be the IF game. But then we ended on game 340 of the special, so the next game was this game, which is 341. So it's just like a perfect schedule. And we did play a few IF games as part of the special too. So yeah, 345 will be the next IF game. Good call. All right. Apparently this is having problems closing, but there. Okay, there we go. There we go. And I kind of like the addition of the text parser too. I didn't really mention that, but nice little thing. All right, so let's head over to our... Oh, wait, we have to... Who out? Let's who out... we can only who out 3 Cedrics for the end of the game. I guess we'll do a minimum of 5. All right, let's head to our Hall of Adventure. Bookshelf number 2. We're at game 341. Trilby's Notes. Put it up on the shelf.